vegans acknowledge that like till farming isn't good for the soil. Like
yeah.
like we don't, in my ideal world, we wouldn't do like monocropping and shit like that for environmental reasons. I don't know why he maybe he's only talked with vegans that are like, oh, plant farming is perfect. It doesn't have any environmental burden whatsoever. Like, but that's not what most vegans think, at least from what I've seen.
He seems to want to deny that there are vegans out there trying to improve crop agriculture.
Yeah.
He just...
Hello? Is anybody out there? Hello, Garuda Legends. Who else is here today? Darla Lama, Darth Dripwalker. Thank you for coming. Got Jason Swartz, Jason John Swartz coming on in a moment. Talk about a few things. I'm sure there's some vegans and some vegans watching. Jeffrey might even be watching if he didn't take some mushrooms already. Do you guys have anything you want to talk about today? Let's see if we've got any other videos I can show you. Yeah, we're just getting started, Guggen Slayer. Thank you.
Os animais que tinha aqui, tanto animal que tinha, via veada, vaca, cutia, onça tinha onça aí. Mas com toda essa devastação aí, se subir em cima dessa chapada aí, é só soja. É só campo aberto. Aqui tudo era cerrado, igual você tá vendo ali daquele lado ali, ó. Aí agora vai virar tudo soja. Vai virar tudo soja agora.
O produtor ele só vai se interessar em abrir novas áreas porque eles têm garantido compradores de soja, né? Então, assim, a mancha de sangue, ela fica até chegar nas associações, nas cooperativas, né, dos produtores, nos produtores. Passando daí para a manjacagil, a soja parece que fica limpa, mas a gente sabe que ela vai manchada de sangue, né, de desmatamento, de queimada, né?
Yeah, the hypocrisy. I said it. I said it. Go tell Nick. Go tell Nick he finally won. I finally gave him a cookie. They're hypocrites. Let's see. Let's look up vegan gays. She had another stream today about the debate.
Hi, I'm Nicole Hockley from.
Let that commercial go by.
Hold on. I feel like I need to see it in studio.
It says I'm live now.
So
So
yeah, see, I wasn't actually live. I don't think. I think I just went live.
okay, cool.
No, I
Yeah.
who's this?
Based.
Debug your
Okay,
brain.
but I don't know why I can't see my
He looks like he might actually be vegan.
stream right now.
Doing it.
Well, I see smiley faces. I assume people can hear us then. All right, so I'm just going to go ahead and start then. Okay, so for people who don't know and who didn't see this, this is just kind of like a last-minute stream I wanted to do with Vegan Gays today because I watched the dumpster fire that was that debate, I guess we'll call it, with Garland Farms. So for these of you who don't know, Vegan Gays and the NutriBoard debated Garland Farms and with a surprise guest named Jim Bob.
The clown.
And it was pretty rough. It was one of the rougher debates I'd seen.
Yeah, they know that they look like total tools.
Well, they look like tools with Jeffrey and Allie too.
Oh God.
No, they're celebrating. They're doing kumbayas and everything like that.
Well,
And
Jeffrey celebrated too, didn't he?
Yeah, he was really proud.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter if if Earthling Ed declared them the loser, they would still celebrate. That's what they have to do. You understand that? You understand that?
I think that they are, because like we said, when it comes to especially vegan gains, these guys, all they do is debate and ask yourself, and they think they're like Plato and Socrates, and they use terminology that's used, I guess, in debates, thinking they're smart instead of like really being honest and saying like, oh, well, the premise says that there's a lot of animal cruelty in plant agriculture. So here you go, Garland. Why don't we listen to what you have to say, and we're going to refute it. That would have been the normal thing. Here's the premise. Give Garland time to present it, and then debunk it. That's just what everyone was expecting, no?
Well, yeah, that's what we were hoping for, but I didn't. To tell you the truth, I did not expect anything more than what really happened. I could tell
Yeah.
that they were going to try to play games because of the way that they accepted the original proposition. Right? If they were being real, then they would have been a lot more difficult when we were putting the proposition together 2 weeks ago. What that told
Yeah,
me,
they
what
had the
that told
plan.
me is that they were going to come into the debate and use that proposition to try to trip me up or try to trap me. And it's exactly what happened. And you know what they're doing is they're telling everyone that I was coached by.
Yeah, that pissed me off. Look, I told you, JD, the minute my criticism was that Andrew criticized Ali for popping on last minute. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Like this is not benefiting our side. Andrew was like, technically, last minute having somebody not cool. What did Andrew do to you? Sent somebody without you knowing, and nothing against him, nothing against Andrew, but I was like, oh wow, okay, this is gonna look bad. It didn't help you because you were able to defend yourself right away. You were like, it's not happening, Nick. And but I guess they're like launching on to anything to try and build some story to make themselves feel better. They did not, JD, they did not want to hear anything. Like if they were really seeking truth and going like, oh, all the soybeans are going to the animals, and it's like, well, actually using your own data, our world data, you can see that it's a bit deceptive. The fact that you're sucking all the oil out of it and feeding the leftovers and making money on that, on something that's non-essential. And they, you know, do you want to sit down?
No, it's good.
My wife has this like
Smirk, oh, I
yeah,
guess.
well, come and say something. You're hot. We can put you as a thumbnail. It gets clicks, believe me.
There's other channels for that.
Uh,
I'm already a whore, remember?
yeah, but Zetetic Warrior doesn't know you. She's like, I'm already a whore. Stay away from the minister. People that didn't experience the Zetetic experience won't know anything. They'll just think I'm calling my wife a whore.
No.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm not imaginary.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're real. Okay.
Yeah.
I am
If you
real.
notice, the scenery, JD, is different because I've gotten so much criticism that the Christmas tree is still up. No, I like tons. Today I posted
I had to wait for someone to come home for Christmas. We're still waiting.
Yeah, we're still waiting. See, look, Christmas is not over until the gifts are gone. Sorry, wait. You see the gifts?
No gifts.
Well, there you go, man. Christmas ain't over till July.
That's over soon.
Plus, Michelle has OCD. So you think of this: she has 6 children, and every year she buys a specific little, hangy thing, whatever, decoration for each child. Like thinking about what they went through, and then she'll buy one. So she has 6 kids, and some of them are 28.
Yes.
20. Some of them are old as 28, and what Norm's 23. Cameron, 21.
It's 23. Our youngest.
Yeah,
is
so
15.
anywhere from 28 to 23. So you can imagine how many stupid, how many amazingly heartfelt,
so not stupid.
soul-provoking things are hanging. She has one that's supposed to be a bunny rabbit from Norman when he was in kindergarten. It looks like a turd. Where is that one?
It's there.
Where? Right.
There.
Where's the turd?
There.
Oh yeah, there's a turd. You see that?
Yes, I do. I mean, it's not very clear, but
Well, it's kind of up there with the cow farts that look like clouds. Anyways.
Okay, well, I have some $4,000 Christmas lights on that tree.
Yeah. All right, let's get back
Why is the house
to business.
vibrating?
Okay.
The house is
All right.
all right, let's watch it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Are the people in the middle?
So,
frozen?
This is me and JD watching them.
Oh, okay, I understand.
Go ahead, JD.
I want to kind of start out just asking you, Ellie, what led into debate? Give us just the sort of brief backstory, and then tell us just how the debate went.
Yeah, so Garland Farms commented on one of my videos. If anyone wants to see the full thread, it's on my most recent video on Penguin Zero. He said people were telling him to destroy me in a debate. And I said, okay, we can go into a Zoom call if you want to go on the Crucible, which he said he wanted to go on, then I would like a debate partner because I know what the moderators are like. Because I knew it would be like a 2v1 anyway. So I was like, well, I might as well have someone with me. And yeah, he was like, oh, I don't need a debate partner. I asked him for a proposition. The first one he gave me was about 23 lines long. So after a few propositions that he changed, we got to the prop. And then, you know, the day came and everything. And we were in the back room. Nutrivore said, because Andrew, the moderator, wanted some clarity on what the proposition was, even though I'm pretty sure it was sent to them in advance.
Okay, did you catch that?
Yeah. Rewind it a bit.
So these people aren't live.
No.
Yeah.
The people
Pretty
here
sure
are not live.
we were in the back room.
Reviewing stuff.
So what she's saying now is that they wanted to meet in the back room to confirm the proposition, but she acts like she doesn't know why they would want to do that because it was already sent to them in advance. So it doesn't make sense that Andrew from the Crucible would want to confirm what the proposition was, right? But it makes sense that Ellie and Nick would want to revisit the proposition, even though they had publicly approved of that proposition 2 weeks prior.
Yeah.
Nutrivore said.
What I basically saw was there was a proposition, right? And they jumped on trying to like do debate tactics to like spin around the proposition and actually like dissect the proposition instead of like, okay, here's the proposition. They could say, we don't agree with that. Then ideally you present the information in a convincing manner and then they debunk it. That would be a normal dialogue.
Yes, but did you see what I put what I posted? What Nick said about why he was doing that? Did you see that?
No, rewind.
Well, yeah, it's not on here, but let me pull it up.
Because I know if he's Ask Yourself, and if they're in Discord, all they do, they've learned from, I don't know, somebody else, all these big words, you know, like, oh, you know, this and that. And they're trying to use like logic, rationality, philosophy, which we have, but they're trying to do it like with debate tactics, and it's bullcrap.
He had no tactics. He did not debate anything, and he answered no questions or them at all.
There you go. That's my opinion.
It was an hour and a half of pure cow farts.
Yeah,
exactly.
Where you were holding your point. You were like, dude, you can think whatever you want. This is the premise. I'm repeating it. And if you want to say it's hypocrisy, if you want to say it's tickles your balls,
Garland cracked
whatever
me
you
the
want.
frig up, though.
No, you leveled them
Yes.
so much. And when I saw the first
We've
one,
watched it 3 times.
see the first one, it was weird because Ali mentioned the statistics, you refuted them, then you went on a teaching session, which I refer to as a vegan rehabilitation session. And with these guys, they just look totally stupid.
Am I
They
allowed to
did.
vape online?
Yeah, you can vape. That's tobacco. So Nutrivore says because it places an astronomical empirical burden on him, if he answers yes, and it's just something trivial and pointless, if he answers no, so naturally he just refuses to unpack the problem. Yeah, so these
So this
guys.
is what you call a dialogue tree. Do you know what a dialogue tree is?
Actually, I do, but just explain it. Explain
So
it.
it's like a flow chart where I try to make a rule for you, like you and I are debating, and I make this rule up for you that you have to answer my questions yes or no, right? And so I make a flow chart where I say here's question 1, yes or no. Okay, here's question 2, yes or no. And based on whether you say yes or you say no will determine what my next yes or no question will be.
It's debate
So
tactic.
So that way I can trap you into this philosophical loop of tail chasing so that we never do get to the destructive nature of the crop agriculture that delivers the items on the vegan menu. We're just, instead of talking about agriculture, now we're talking philosophical about hypocrisy.
Yeah.
And that's what they wanted to do. In fact, to show you, the other thing I saw today was this guy's a member of the same farting group, Chris Hines, and he was her original choice. I was originally going to debate him with Ellie, but we decided Nick may be better as he's a bit stronger on the philosophical stuff than me.
Instead of just having a normal back and forth communication.
Yeah, they didn't want to find someone that was strong on agriculture. They wanted someone who was strong on derailing.
Philosophy.
Yeah, they were going to use philosophy to derail the debate. And that was the entire game plan. And I do not believe that they prepared for the debate beyond developing a formula to trap me into a dialogue tree that would trap me and not allow me to ever talk about, the destruction that's caused by the vegan menu.
I feel like it was the most like gaslighting, but like a pathetic gaslighting attempt where they're like, I'm not giving you my point of view. We're here to debate your proposition. It's like, at one point we're like, are you guys vegan though? They're like, we're not responding to that. You're like, no, they were really doing that. They were like,
I'm not interested in answering that. I'm not interested in that right now.
Yeah, it's like, I'm not interested because they're criticizing you of not responding to the question. You said it initially. You said, hey, Nutrivore, Nick, you can think whatever the hell you want. You can think it's hypocrisy or whatever. That's your problem. You deal with it. I made a statement but you didn't get the time to present it. But yeah, they were trying to like pull these. It's almost like when I look at the not lawyers, but the House of Commons politics, where when one stands up and blurts out shit and then sits down, nothing's responded. and they blurt out shit, and it just spins in a circle. You can tell that, like, oh my God, like they're not even responding to what I said. They're just saying the next line. It was not a conversation. There was trying to seek out the truth. They can still hold on to their ideology and still acknowledge, like, oh crap, okay, yeah, we were saying all the soy was being fed to the cows. Actually, it's the leftovers. Actually, it's mostly it's the oil. And nope, they're not even willing to do that. In the comments, I think it was on something, maybe it's your community channel, they were basically saying that. They were like, no, actually, soybean is used to make soy cake, and the leftover, well, they just take advantage of the oil. Are you freaking serious? We showed the large spike on that graph of oil and the leftover byproduct. They're actually, one of those people are trying to say that actually no, they're just like producing, soy meal, and they just happen to extract from that. And that is really dishonest. That pisses me off, man. Like you said, like you came on hard and harsh, and I can't take it with these people. They're not honest, They're really not honest, and it's pissing me off. I don't know I don't know how you make videos, watching them and responding to
I
them.
don't even know if it's about honesty. I think it's just like
No,
they beat around the bush.
no, there like JD said, there is a large amount that are ignorant. But there's a good 20% that are on YouTube debating and getting funded, actually, to a certain extent. Those people, no, they don't want to know the truth. It's like what they did with who's the crazy guy, the president, and not Biden, Trump.
Been a
Trump.
lot of crazy
Well,
presidents.
I'm Canadian.
I'll take Trump back.
Yeah. Anyways, it's like Trump, you exaggerate crap.
Unless he can fund the United States.
Anyways, I don't want to get into Trump. I'm Canadian on top of it.
Okay, well, I have dual
Go ahead, JD.
citizenship.
I'm babbling.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm just going to go back to that other share.
He has a farm. Can you ask him about ladybugs?
Andrew wants some clarity.
Yes, he hated ladybugs.
The position was, even though I'm pretty sure it was to them in advance. Yeah, Nick said, I'm assuming it's just an appeal to hypocrisy because that's what it looks like. And Garland said nothing. Andrew was like, okay. And then
Garland, you didn't say
Nick
nothing.
asked that question.
Well, what?
You didn't say nothing. You said, you know what, Nick? I know the game you're playing. You
No,
can
that
call
wasn't.
if you want.
She's talking about the backstage conversation that we had.
All right.
I wasn't. No, it wasn't like Nick said, "Hey, Garland Farms, can you can you confirm something for me or anything along those lines?" He just said, well, this is my take on it.
Yeah.
And well, in my mind, I was thinking, well, okay, well, you don't need to tell me your approach to this.
We could care less.
I thought that he was just kind of thinking out loud about how he was going to approach it. And he didn't ask for me to clarify anything. All he said was, well, it sounds to me like, some kind of appeal to hypocrisy or something like that. And in my mind, I didn't say anything because he wasn't, no one asked me to say anything. I was just like, well, okay, that's great that you think that, but we're going to be talking about agriculture. That's what the proposition talks about, is the destructive nature of crop agriculture the crop agriculture that the vegans rely upon. And that's what I was, that's what I was planning on talking about. But then whenever they asked Nick to give his opening statement, he acted all confused, like, well, what do you mean? What do you want? And he said, well, give your opening statement. He said, first I need some clarification on the proposition. This was after they had already said publicly that they were happy with the proposition that had been handed to them 2 weeks ago. And so
he showed in one of the response videos something about the backstage. You want to talk about that? He was filming the pre-show as if it was some kind of like, you see?
Here, I'll pull it up. Yeah, he acted like he was breaking some kind of big news story by
Well, what pisses me off is somebody in one of the comments, probably in maybe community or something like that, and he was like basically, just saying the same thing, like celebrating and stuff like that. And he was talking about the soy, and he was actually saying that the soybean is taken, all right, and it's made specifically for the animals, and they happen to like suck the oil out and use that as trash. It's like the complete reversal. Instead of like saying like, no, the priority of the soy is actually oil that they're feeding, and we want to make profit on the leftover, so we're feeding that. And the guy in the chat completely refused. Go ahead.
Well, first look at the thumbnail. They're mocking those animals' deaths. That crop death, though, that's a mock.
Yeah, they're pieces of shit. Sorry to say that.
Yeah. It's like you show them a deer getting shot in the face for getting too close to the bell peppers that they're putting on their salad, and they grab their crotch and say, crop this though. That's very classy. That's classy vegan ethics for you right there.
Well, what I saw from Vegan Gaze just was punching around and stuff like that, checking. And yeah, exactly. She like blew down crop. Oh, they talk about crop deaths. Oh, they talk about like a joke, Meanwhile, the meat eaters are admitting like, oh yeah, like this many animals die. Oh yeah, we should reform, certain areas of agriculture. Oh yeah, they shouldn't be eating grain. But, there are regenerative farmers. And like I saw tons of completely retarded comments and stuff like that. And whenever you bring up the natural ecological cycle of, the ruminant animals eating the grasslands, pooing, peeing, stomping on the organic matter, methane, CO2, ammonia going up in this natural cycle, they want nothing to do with it. They just completely do not want to acknowledge, and they're trying to say look, if CO2 and methane and ammonia are such an issue, is it all the animals or is there other things? Like what else pushes ammonia? Why they concentrate about the ammonia levels?
Well, they're focused on any kind of emission that would be coming from an animal. They don't care what it is. If it was oxygen, then they would demonize oxygen.
Yeah. 100%.
They don't tell the truth about the fact that they discovered that these synthetic nitrogen fertilizer factories are putting out 100 times more methane than those factories had self-reported. It turned out to be 3 times more methane than the EPA had estimated was being emitted by all industrial production in the United States, 3 times more than all other industrial production in the United States.
Yeah. The fact that they don't want to acknowledge the crop death it pisses me off. It shows extreme hypocrisy. Nutribor wants to talk with me.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where?
Let me check.
Like right now?
No. You guys are welcome to come on. No, it's let me check and I can pop it up, but it's nothing that interesting, JD. I don't know why he wants to talk to me, but what I've noticed is that they talk a lot about calories, but they don't acknowledge nutrients. So they keep on repeating that calories go into the cow and there's less calories that go out, as if like the world is starving of calories, plenty of calories. They do not acknowledge nutrients. They will never acknowledge that there's nutrients that are not available in this crap that you're feeding the cows, even the crap. But even with the crap, you're still producing nutrients that don't exist in the plant kingdom. But they want to eliminate all animals. I had somebody on the comments mentioning that the exact opposite. Like this was the idiot that was saying that, no, actually we're growing soy to create meal and the byproduct just happens to be some oil. Even though if you were doing that, then wouldn't you just feed the soybeans directly to them if the byproduct is just oil? Like why wouldn't they just feed normal soybean then?
Yeah, why would they go through the I mean, we know that 61% of the world's seed oil is soybean oil. You know, it's not. It's more than 50%. It's more than 60% of the world's seed oil is soybean oil. And right now, soybean oil is. There's 2 things driving the soybean industry forward right now, and one is biodiesel, and the other is veganism. And veganism is adding a new demand stream onto the meals, the soybean meal, and the biodiesel, which is consumed by human beings, is in the driver's seat when it comes to actually, triggering farmers to go into cultivating soybeans. It's the oil that's the most profitable right now. But vegans don't realize that yet. And so what they're trying to do is they're looking at past numbers, and they're saying that in the past, the meal was actually bringing back a bigger profit than the oil. So they're trying to say that proves that all of the destruction caused by the soybean industry is because of the meal, which is because of the livestock.
Makes sense to me, right?
Yeah.
Here, I was sharing something.
Oh, okay.
It's just a comment. Let me know when you share it.
I did.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, it says globally, a cow's diet is about 14% edible grains, which would actually be higher in rich countries. 14% of a 2-year-old cow's diet is about, and then they throw the calories. A carnivore dieter eating 2 cows per year would be responsible for, so whatever, they just basically doubled it. Calories worth of crop deaths. So again, what they're trying to say is like, well, you know what? You guys are feeding the cows crop death, so you're responsible for it. A carnivore dieter eating 2 cows per year would be responsible for that many calories worth of crop deaths. It gets better. A vegan might eat 900,000 calories, if they're lucky, a year. So that would be over 4 times more crop deaths than vegans. And this is what like really makes me hate them. Grass-fed finished beef is one of the most unsustainable foods on the planet. You could literally deforest every tree on the planet and use all of the land for grazing and still not be able to feed half of the population on Earth. Care to respond to that bullshit?
Yeah, here, I'll pull it up.
Yeah. Fucking disgusting. Oh man, I swore. That's the second time. Sorry.
Yeah,
But
what
it was
you're
worth
doing now.
it was worth a fuck.
Yeah, what they don't understand is when it comes to forests or trees, we want them, right?
Cows
Here,
can walk between trees.
silvopasture is the deliberate integration of trees and grazing livestock operations on the same land.
Yeah.
These systems are intensively managed for both forest products and forage, providing both short and long-term income sources. It also provides shade for the animals and shelter for the animals. So this idea that we have to cut down trees to feed cows,
yeah,
is an absolute lie. And
no,
look,
exactly.
You've got
but when you start talking about like trying to return to a more ecologically sane model, they're like, well, no one does that. I'm like, okay, fine, no one does that. Fine, no one does that. Okay, idiots. But you want to stop it all. You want to like literally great reset the whole food chain. So we're smart enough to do that. But if normal people are like, yeah, the rare times that there's like feedlots and stuff like that, and you know the whole like feedlot that everyone's like defending that's not a vegan, that's not everywhere, is it? It's not everywhere.
no. I mean, when's the last time you saw a feedlot?
In Canada, there's nothing. Most of our beef comes from Alberta. They're fattened
Yeah.
up before slaughter with the grain. They're eating grass.
Yeah, that's what
That's
they're.
why. That's why it shows on the New World Order. It shows that there's about 7% of actual soy being fed, like soy seeds. Go ahead, JD.
Well, I'm just saying that, everywhere the status quo when it comes to cattle is that they're out on pasture eating natural forages, not crops,
Yeah.
just the grasses and the weeds and the plants that would normally grow out there. And they help to fertilize and spread the seeds and propagate nature. They're actually out there filling the gap. They're out there doing, if they're managed properly, which you see lots of pictures of properly managed foraging going on right here. they're doing for the environment. They're doing for the environment what the bison, what the deer, what the elk, the moose, all of the wild ruminants. Where do these people think that all of the fertile soil came from on the North American continent? It was built by ruminant animals. It would be desert. It would be desert without ruminant animals.
The only way to replenish the soil in a sustainable way is ruminant animals. Here, give me a sec. Present. But listen to what this guy says. You see the screen? After he's talking about calories, a vegan might eat 900,000 calories a year. So that would be over 4,000 more crops deaths than a vegan. Grass-fed, finished beef is one of the most, listen, this is what makes me like, I don't feel like talking to these guys. When he says, grass-fed finished beef is one of the most unsustainable foods on the planet. They could literally deforest every single tree on the planet and use all of the land for grazing and still not be able to feed half of the planet on Earth. Because me and you understand that we can supplement carbohydrates, but the real nutrients come from animals. So again, they're talking about feeding the world with calories that are devoid of certain animal nutrients that are required and are considered essential.
Yeah. So this is Gabe Brown. You've heard me talk about him before?
Yeah, and what's the other guy with an S?
Joel Salatin.
Yeah, Salatin. Yeah.
Yeah. So what he see if I could pull this up. Yeah. So he actually he was about to lose the farm because he was following the old conventional plowing and spraying and not using animals. And because I think he had 2 or 3 years in a row when he took over the farm, two or three years in a row where he lost his crop to hail. And then he ended up broke. And he was afraid that the bank wasn't gonna the bank was gonna foreclose on his farm and all of this. And so he got creative and went, just through trial and error, ended up going back to the old original style of crop agriculture, which was integrating livestock with the crop agriculture. And that way you don't have to purchase, you don't have to go and, take out a loan so that you can afford to buy all of these inputs and bring in cattle and make money with the cattle and use them at the same time to fertilize and enrich the soil. And you can see how lush his farm is there behind him.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, his soil carbon level is, let's see, soil carbon percentage. Yeah, so he went from
This is like
1.7.
this is like a soil quality kind of thing,
This is soil carbon.
which is quality,
Yeah, yeah. Well,
basically.
yeah, it's without carbon, you can't have, you can't have quality.
No.
So
Well,
he started like
I'm
in
just thinking, like, the dark area, like you were saying, when we arrived with the bisons on the field, like this stuff is dark.
Yeah, black soil is the ideal. Is for the darker the soil, the better, and the lighter the soil, the worse that it is, and because it means that the carbon has all been lost, and without carbon, so let me see if we can look this up. Carbon.
Because the soil around here looks worse than this. That shit's gray, man. That's not even tan. The soil around here just looks like gray, like this. No, less than that, but
Healthy soil has amazing water retention capacity.
yeah.
For every 1% increase in organic matter results in as much as 25,000 gallons of available soil water per acre.
Yeah.
So you see, that's what for every 1% increase in organic matter. Organic matter is carbon. So every 1% increase in carbon results in as much as 25,000 gallons more water available per acre. And then you go back and look at this here. God dang it. Where he went from 1.7% in 1993 to 11.1% in 2013.
But the person that commented said this is unsustainable because an animal walking on land eating grass that we have nothing to do with and then pooping and peeing and stomping, and then that just pure coincidence creates more lush and more nutrient grasses while they chomp on it, which actually makes it grow bigger. And they keep on doing that. So they eat, they shit and pee. Richer soil. They eat, they shit and pee. Richer soil. That's bad. That's not something that we should think about, because we're taking advantage of cows. So that shit should just like screw that idea, and let's go to companies that produce synthetic fertilizers, because we're not taking advantage of cows.
Yeah. The corporations that make up the WEF, they're just taking advantage of people's ignorance. And that's one of the reasons why they've tried to shuffle everyone into the cities, because, there's kids in school right now that they don't know where their food comes from. If you ask them, where does a tomato come from? They'll say the supermarket. They don't even know what a farm is. I have no idea. We've been displaced from our natural habitat, and people don't know. They're the human race is suffering from amnesia right now.
Yeah. And because of that amnesia, they're going to be deceived.
Yeah.
Sad.
Yeah, that's what we're all being deceived right now. And the vegan activists, the vegan influencers, the professional vegan influencers are helping to spearhead the harm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and one of the other things that this person here, Concita Workman, if all cropland was turned into grasslands, there would be enough land to graze, wouldn't there? You guys know about the Savory Institute? Yes, we do.
Yeah.
But yeah, when you think about the millions, 100 million acres of corn and soybean, and we're losing that the tillage and the erosion that's associated with the tillage.
Yeah.
That's associated with that corn and soybean is causing so much erosion that I think it's they've estimated we've got about 60 years left before all the topsoil is gone and we can't grow anything anymore.
Yeah. Well, what do you mean, JD? We can just like create more nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, and what are you talking about, JD? Like, we can make that, right?
Without healthy soil, farmers won't be able to grow nutrient-dense foods to feed our growing population. The calculated loss in the region is part of a critical issue. Some experts suspect the Earth will run out of usable topsoil within 60 years.
They'll kill us off before that.
More than 50 billion tons of topsoil have eroded in the Midwest, and that's because of crops. It doesn't have anything to do with cattle.
Yeah, no, they're feeding that shit to cattle, JD. That's what they'll say. You're a liar. You're a liar.
Yeah, that sounds like what was that? The one guy that lied and said that gorillas do not have a functioning cecum.
Fuck. Can we pop that shit up?
We'll get to it. J. Daniel, hello. Savory does holistic grazing while similar is different than regenerative agriculture. Well, it's regenerative. Holistic grazing is an element of regenerative agriculture. However, regenerative agriculture is a more general term. Holistic grazing is a more specific tool. Regenerative agriculture is more of an umbrella term, whereas holistic grazing is a specific method. Let's go back and watch a little bit of that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Vegan cope. We call it vegan cope. Oh, we're going to watch that that intro where Nick Nutrivore said that I was doing something underhanded. Just because he had filmed or recorded this conversation, he published it like it was some type of dunk or some type of gotcha.
Yeah.
What a joke. Oh, here we go.
Real quick. Mr. Farms. I just want to make sure that I get this proposition down correctly. I was talking with Nick briefly. He's in the background. I'll pull him in if I need to. But when he read it off to me, if I was going to condense it, it would be that you think that that farming meat is more ethical than vegan farming. Is it something akin to that, or can you kind of lay it out better for me?
So this was backstage. This was before we went live on air, and Nick is acting like he's exposing something here. He's really exposing himself as employing a red herring. Yeah, it's just it's very similar to the one before. It's the crop agriculture that delivers the items on the vegan menu is much less, if you go by the ethics that vegans espouse, then the crop agriculture would be much less ethical than the animal agriculture that produces the meat.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. All right. Now I at least understand the proposal. And then Nick, do you agree? You agree to that proposal, that proposition?
Yeah, it just sounds like kind of like a hypocrisy.
Did you hear that? He said, "Yeah, it just sounds like a critique."
The critique. Just
and, Nick, do you agree? You agree to that proposal?
So the question's being asked: do you agree to that proposal?
Proposition.
Yeah, it just sounds.
He says, "Yeah," and then he tells us what it sounds like to him. No one's saying, well, I need you to tell us, are you talking specifically about hypocrisy? Because we want to change the subject to a philosophical discussion about hypocrisy. That way we won't have to talk about all of this damage that's being done to the animals and the environment by the crop agriculture that delivers the items on the vegan menu.
That's why they approached,
kind of like a
they approached you, probably like from Jeffries, like, okay, like we're gonna throw some like philosophical, what's that guy's name? Ask Me, or forget that guy's name.
Yeah, Jeffries actually he set up another debate without even asking me if I wanted to debate him again. But he set up another debate and then told me the date and time. And then I asked him what the proposition was, and now he won't tell me what the proposition is.
Yeah, I saw it. He laughed and he's like, proposition, don't you know how to debate? I think he's trying to imply that the initial proposition is still in play.
Well,
what I want him to freaking admit is specifically the soy. Are you going to admit that like the majority of soy goes to humans for oil, and they take advantage of the refuse, the leftover, to feed to animals? We got that one idiot that was saying like, actually it's the opposite. It's like they use soy to make animals, and just the byproduct happens to be oil. Even though 10% of our calories that we consume on average in the West is oil. But the priority, JD, is feed. If oil wasn't a priority, they would probably just feed us the animals plain soybean, right? Why is there so little like pure soybean? Is feeding pure soybean better or worse for the animals?
It's worse. Worse. It's worse for the animals.
It makes them sicker?
Yeah. Yeah, it makes them sicker. Just like it does humans. Soybeans are not a friendly food to anything.
They get sick.
Yeah, the animals get sick. It's got to be processed when you squeeze, when you crush a soybean, when you crush a mass of soybeans to squeeze out the oil, it actually creates a tremendous amount of heat. That there's a lot of friction going on there, friction and pressure. And so it gets very hot. So that heat will actually knock down some of the toxins and the anti-nutrients in the soybean. And then you separate the oil out, and you'll also remove some of those harmful ingredients there. So, and that's, I mean, you can't feed, except in very strictly small amounts, can you feed soybeans. Even the byproducts are harmful to cattle. That's why less than 2% of the world's soy stuffs are fed to cattle. Less than 2%. And for beef cattle, it's 0.5%. But what they want to do is they want to blame They want to blame all of the deforestation that soy is doing and blame that on cattle. And cattle have nothing to do with it.
Mm-hmm. You want me to is it worth even punching up the PowerPoint just where the evidence is there? Just for like maybe people that haven't seen it a million frickin' times.
Go ahead, pull it up. This is the Our World data, Our World in Data.
Yeah.
This is the vegans, their go-to source for this information. What I like about it is that they do actually tell the truth.
Mm-hmm.
But they also
they
do a lot of they hide it. They hide the truth in there. It's almost like it's okay if we lie to you through insinuation as long as we tell the truth in the fine print.
Yeah. Do you see this?
Yes.
All right. So the world soy, is it used for food, fuel, or animal feed? And we see here this large amount, 76% of the soy is fed to animal, but in what form? Sorry.
Well, let me
processed to soy cake for feed. Go ahead, JD.
Look up there where it says direct human food, 20%.
Yeah.
And then move further out to the right and it says oil, 13.2%. So 13.2% of every soybean, and this is really a breakdown of a typical soybean, right?
The component of it.
Yeah, these are what you see on that column on the right hand side is all the different areas that once processed.
Yeah.
The oil, the components once separated into their separate categories, like the oil and the meal, and there are different grades of meal. There's meal that's still got fat in it. There's meal that's been highly defatted. But if you look at where it says oil, 13.2, that's the oil that's being consumed by human beings as in foodstuffs, either as cooking oil or as ingredients in ultra processed foods. Now move down into the green area down at the bottom. That 4%, that industry where it says industry 4%. This is all down in the green. That is also oil. Okay, so they're not. You see how they kind of they're not telling you in this graph that that's oil up there, but this is also oil down here.
Lubricant.
Right, biodiesel, lubricants, and other. Mm-hmm. So that industry 4%, you would add that to the 13.2%, and that is the oil that's being extracted. and it's not quite 20% because there is
it's close, yeah.
Yeah, because there's about 7%, 5 to 7% of the soy is grown for things like edamame, and actually 5 to 7% of the soy is actually being fed to livestock.
The problem is that you grab a soybean, you throw that shit into a vat, you pressurize it, you add hexane as a solvent, extract that shit with some heat, and then after you look at that and you're like, oh crap, this is like 20% of the weight of the whole soybean. Yeah, but that stuff's crap. Can't do anything with that. We can't poison the people with like this grease. Feed them to the cows. Cows are evil. That's pretty much the story of beef.
Yeah.
But we have a vegan in the comments. Big long thing. It's long, so
vegan, like you use the word rapist.
vegan. Yeah, my wife just said you use the word vegan like you use the word rapist. Yes.
Vegans.
Vegans.
Screwing our generations.
They are. Don't get me started. Get out of here, boy. Get out of here.
I think the septic backed up.
Anyways, the point is that this whole 76% is soybean processed. So that means that the cow is eating tons of useless crap while we extract a smaller amount of the whole soybean. But this crap, they have nothing to do with it, and they make it money for cows. What one vegan was saying is actually this is so valuable that they're actually crushing soy for the animal feed, and they happen to like use and take advantage of the oil. It's like a reciprocal. And then you look at here. This is direct animal feed, and this is the soy, and stuff that the vegans eat. Look at this large thing here. Going up, going up, going up. Processed animal feed, biofuel, and vegetable oil. The problem is that animal feed doesn't need the vegetable oil. So obviously they're sucking out that 20% of vegetable oil, and the rest that's like carbs and protein, they feed it to the ruminant animal. They take advantage of its chambers without feeding it nutrient-rich grass.
Yeah, so it's important to, when you look at this graph, to tell people that yellow or gold line that goes up at a very steep angle.
Yeah.
We'll pull it up.
This one. I pulled it up. You see it? I don't see. You don't see it? Just give me a second.
Yeah, I see it.
All right.
It was bigger a while ago. I don't know what happened.
No, I'll make it bigger.
Okay. So that what color is that? Yellow or red? What is it?
This one, the direct human consumption is red. The direct animal feed is green. Let's call this orange.
Okay, so the orange line represents the number of the share of the world's soybeans that are being processed to extract the oil. And those down at the bottom where it says direct, dude, you're about to piss me off.
Sorry, is it show?
Yeah.
Okay,
but
I'll stop.
Moving it around.
Sorry, man.
It's okay. I'm just giving you a hard time. There at the bottom it says direct animal feed and direct human food, tofu. These are the soybeans that are not processed for their oil.
Yeah.
So the other one, the line that goes straight up, that all of those are processed for the oil. So the vast majority of soybeans in all the world are processed to extract the oil from the meal, and 100% of that oil goes to human consumption. And so it doesn't make sense that when vegans claim that, well, if we get rid of all the cattle, then we can get rid of soybean agriculture. Number one, cattle are only beef cattle are consuming 0.5% of any soy at all.
Yeah,
And
we'll bring it back there. Here, look, beef 0.5.
yeah, beef cattle 0.5% of soy, dairy 1.
But all you hear is cow, 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 cow farts, cow farts.
Yeah, cow farts,
Yeah.
cow farts, cow burps, cow this, cow that. So, you know, they'll tell the truth in a publication like this, but you have to be able to weed through and flesh out the truth. You have to weed through all of the propaganda that the vegans. So back up to that previous one, you see the way they word that up at the top. The world's soy, and then it says right there, global soy production. And so that they're not telling people, they're not being straightforward with the fact that these aren't soybeans going to poultry and pigs and aquaculture and oil and tofu. They make it sound like, okay, this soybean, do we want to turn this soybean into oil, or do we want to turn it into livestock feed?
Mm-hmm.
What they're doing is they're taking every soybean and mashing it, squeezing out the oil, taking the oil, giving that to the human consumption category, and then the meal that's left over, which is a bunch of botanical defense proteins, which are not healthy for human beings, along with a bunch of cellulose, which we cannot digest. What?
I said they're not healthy for us or cows. They're not healthy for the cows.
No.
It'll fatten the shit out of them, but it's not healthy.
Well, yeah, not even the soy is not fattening the cattle, because that's not a wide. I mean, very few people do that, and when they do, it's in tiny little trace amounts. You cannot just feed, straight up soy to cattle; it'll kill them.
Really? Yeah. Good. So, yeah, sure. I read that at one point. What are the toxic effects of just feeding soy? Because I remember reading something about you got to watch out certain levels of things that can literally kill them if you're feeding just pure soy to cows.
Let me see.
There was something that builds up in them.
Might be the nitrates.
There was something. Yeah, it says ammonia toxicity is a threat to cattle that overconsume soybeans. Livestock system specialists, blah, 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 blah. Whether it's a pile of harvested soybeans lying on the ground or an unharvested soybean field, the cows are they have unlimited access. Eating too many soybeans can lead to cattle death. So here they're trying to say, basically, if their argument is true, and that it's they're giving the impression, no, you got all those soybeans, they're going to cows. If you literally feed all the soybeans to the cows, they die.
Yeah. So
because the vegan is saying 80% of soybeans is being fed to cows.
Right. And that if we just got rid of the cows, then we could get rid of 80% of the soy crops.
Yeah. Even though 80% is being used for oil. to poison us.
No, more than 90%. More than 90%.
Yeah, sure. Do you see this? Can you share that just so other people see it, so we're not making this shit up?
The ammonia toxicity?
You see it?
Yeah.
All right. So ammonia toxicity is a threat to cattle that overconsume soybeans. Meanwhile, the vegans are trying to say that we're all those soybeans are going straight from the field into those cows. Meanwhile, if that was true, they'd die. So it's much more realistic to, where the hell is, oh, sorry, this one. So it's much more realistic that cows actually consume about 0.5%, or else they die. And they have 7%. Soybean fed directly to livestock. Mind you, that 7% is, what's that 7%? Livestock, does that incorporate all of these, like little poultry, pig, dairy, beef, and pets?
The 76 animal feed?
No, the 7% that's being fed directly goes to probably what, the poultry, pigs, and dairy, beef.
I'm going to guess it's going to pigs, but I don't think they differentiate here on this graph and tell you.
Yeah.
You know.
All right, I'll turn this down. What's really upsetting me is communicating with a nutrivore or Jeffrey Phillips. If they don't want to at least admit, like, yeah, for sure. Like the soybeans, we're gonna lay off the soybean excuse and say like, oh crap, yeah, it's true. Actually, soybeans being used for animals a lot more. No, they're being used for oil, and they're feeding the leftover. You know, the whole, if all the ruminants left the land, if you're acknowledging that 90% goes to soybean and we're feeding the refuse to the animals, how much, you know, that bull crap. It was really upsetting. Just you just repeat yourself. There's no honest communication with these people.
No, there's no honest communication. They're always trying to pull the wool over your eyes.
Yeah, but it doesn't destroy their whole ideology to say like, oh crap, man, yeah, actually we were wrong about that, but you're still murderers for killing animals. Like, it doesn't really affect their belief structure. Just be honest about the facts. Just be like, hey, you guys are saying it's the cows like doing this, but like, here's the facts, and they never mention it. Not to mention, my facts are not our world data. I pulled out like 5 or 6 different things that were all saying the same thing. Yet the vegan community does not want to acknowledge it. And it's pissing me off. It really is. It's pissing me off because I know that this agenda is not a bunch of ignorant people. It's the World Economic Forum. It's the globalists. Like, they want to push this.
Yeah. Yeah. And when you talk about the World Economic Forum, which is, you know,
you're a conspiracy theorist, JD. You're just a conspiracy theorist. Sorry.
No, you're right. That's in fact, this live stream here, I was categorized as a major conspiracy theorist just because I talk about the things that the WEF have published. You know, they're publicly, they're screaming from the rooftops what they're planning to do. Yeah. That's not the definition of a conspiracy is when 2 or more people get together to do something nefarious in private,
It's hidden.
secretly.
It's hidden.
Yeah,
they're
it's a
doing it
hidden thing.
blatant out right in the open.
And the other thing about that is, that's actually one of the most common criminal charges. People are convicted of all kinds of conspiracies in a court of law on the daily. And, if you were to be a defense attorney and, walk into a courtroom and defend your client and say, Judge, I think that you should throw out this case simply on the fact that the prosecution's case is nothing but a conspiracy theory. And the judge would look at you like you're nuts.
Yeah.
He'd probably charge you for contempt, because that's in a court of law, conspiracy is something that happens all the time.
Yeah.
But people like these two people on the screen, what they want to do is they want to pretend that conspiracies are these fictional fairy tale things that never existed before. And and then you add another layer of stupidity on top of that when they say that I'm a conspiracy theorist for pointing out things that the WEF is telling us publicly.
Yeah, well, that's because they think that they're on their side. They're like, oh, great, they're pushing plant-based. Excellent.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, they don't care. That's why it's insulting, but that's why people call them useful idiots. It's like, you guys are screwing everyone, yourself included. And when it's too late and you come out of it, we'll be like, crap, man, you guys screwed us over. Like, we're trying to unite, but you guys were useful idiots. You guys were literally the guys demanding for it. Please tax meat. Please put a carbon tax on meat. Anyways, don't get me started. I love.
Okay, I'm going to play.
Oh, Freedom Grower. Freedom Grower's here. If you think being vegan is expensive, think of all the money you'll save when your friend stop inviting you out to dinner. That's a good one. I like you already. I like Freedom Grower. I like his beard. Damon Design, when teeth fall out, can just live on smoothies. See, I knew that me and Freedom Grower, we had something in common. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to bond with this guy. Consetta Workman, but they save money not having to purchase them. Haha, blend up that grass.
Here's Demon Design on the screen. I've got this up. He's replying. He's talking about feeding the raw soy to cattle causes bloat. If they have too much, it can kill them.
Yeah, well, I guess so. That's what I'm reading.
Demon Design is a fellow farmer, so he knows what he's talking about.
Why, he's a farmer?
Yeah.
Well, he should jump on. Veganism rising on Garland. Are you going to address the argument I pretended that debunk your claims? Not sure about that.
Where is this?
That was somebody. Veganism is zenning. You cannot debunk truth. You can only use propaganda to harm humans. The tide has turned. No, that stupid one is Garland. Are you going to address the arguments I presented that debunk your claims? Veganism rising, unstoppable.
Yeah, he was in the comment section today. I think he was trying to claim that since the soybean meal and the soybean oil are co-products, that means that if we get rid of livestock, all the soybean production would stop.
That's not true.
Doesn't make any sense.
No, it's a bullshit.
Yeah.
Hey, you know one person though? This is your site, but if Freedom Grower is still here, I want to hear his view on the last two debates. Freedom, if you're still here, Freedom Grower.
Are you still here, Freedom
Do you
Grower?
mind? Like, I'm not gonna like take over your stream, but I really would like to hear what Freedom Grower thinks of Jeffrey's debate, because he's part of their community. He's going to be honest about it.
Well,
I don't
is
know if he's still here though.
there's a link to the backstage area of this live stream pinned
Oh,
at the top. If he wants to come on, he's
Yeah.
more than welcome.
Oh, it'd be fun because, like, I mean, obviously he's on the same page as us. I'd like to just hear his opinion of this stupidity.
There's Demon Design again saying pretty much only swine and chickens can handle soya. And then he says, and even then, too much isn't good for them.
No, I'm sure. Like, you can get away with the protein part, but yeah, I'm sure this full of like anti-crap. Stream. He's probably not here anymore anyways. Probably said
Yeah.
hi.
You were talking about that. So you were asking me earlier that 7%.
Me?
The 7% of the soybeans that are fed as whole soybeans to the livestock, and Demon
Yeah.
Design is saying that 7% would be to swine and chickens.
Yeah.
But you know, cattle are the ones that have the they're getting the blame for it.
Mm-hmm. Always. All right, play a little of this video and see the information they
I
want
guess
to.
Veganism Rising must have just got here because we pulled up all those graphs from Our World in Data that debunked his argument. So Veganism
It doesn't
Rising,
matter.
if you want
Doesn't
to,
matter. They're full of
if you-
crap.
if you want to see the debunking, just rewind and watch the earlier moments in this live stream where we debunked you.
Or my last 7 videos. I literally did like 7 freaking videos repeating the freaking soy saga. I'm so fed up with it. That's why like listening to some of the comments, I'm like, I can't take it. Especially the idiot that said, "Oh no, actually, the oil. No, they process soy just to feed the cows. They happen to extract the oil." Yeah, okay. Every single thing in the middle of the grocery stores is made with that, but it's all about the cows. Like vegans have to acknowledge that cows, they have to stop existing, because if we're not going to eat them, what are we going to do? Let them roam around a little bit. But who's replenishing the soil? Well, fossil fuel. We're going to make nitrogen, potassium, and the rest of it. And eventually that's a finite resource. Somebody said it is not sustainable to eat grass as a cow. So the cow eats grass, he shits and pees, and he stomps it in the ground. He forages that makes it blossom and grow more, because he doesn't eat the whole thing, so he's just pruning it. And then after he shits, so the soil's more nutrient. Therefore, the grass is more nutrient. Therefore, what he's eating and supplied is more nutrient, and the cycle continues. And the soil gets dark as molasses. That's not sustainable, JD. It's not sustainable, you idiot. Why are you even talking about it?
It's not sustainable to build the soil.
No, it's
build
not.
the soil.
What are they going to drink, man? What, you think water falls from the sky, you idiot? You
Okay, here we
dumb dummy.
Easy.
Oh, for
Sorry,
clarification,
had
is it
about-
this? Assuming nothing of it, because in the back room it wasn't a problem. And then it devolved to the point where Garland wouldn't ask the first clarifying question about his proposition. So that's
yeah, so that's
basically it.
basically so from the viewer's perspective coming in, right, like not knowing like all the backstory or whatever. What it basically looked like to me is you came in, you read the proposition, Nick asked a clarifying question about the proposition, and it wasn't even really like exactly a clarifying question. It was kind of like what the proposition was clearly saying already.
Yeah.
And you were just making sure that this is in fact what it's saying. And it was just like pure defensiveness from there on out.
Yeah.
like he did not want to answer anything. And it
Hold
was
on.
clearly saying already.
Yeah.
And you were just making sure that this is in fact what it's saying.
Okay, so what they're saying right now, they're trying to claim that exercise that they were going through, trying to get me nailed down to either answering yes or no. It's about hypocrisy when Nutrivore Nick, he explained verbally in a video as well as publicly in his comment section that no, that's not what it was about. What it was about was pinning me down to answer either yes or no to that question. And he didn't use that term to describe what he was doing, but he did use that term to describe what he thought we were, or what he was claiming we were doing, which was that we were trying to trap him into a dialogue tree when he was the one that was actually trying to trap me into a dialogue tree. Okay.
And it was just like pure defensiveness from there on out.
Yeah.
like he did not want to answer anything. He thought everything was going to be like painting him into a corner or whatever. And so that cycle basically just like washed,
press
rinsed, and
stop.
repeated for about an hour.
You didn't press stop. He's like, then you were avoiding. No, you clearly said at the start, here's the proposition. You can fucking think what you want. You can call it hypocrisy. You can call it like heroicism. I don't care. This is a statement. Call it what you want. Let's go. That's what I feel you did. You're like, whatever, man. This is a statement. You kept on reading the statement. This is a statement. Now, if somebody was interested in actually, debating, they would say, well, it's your premise. So what's your evidence, big boy? Let you express, and then after start eating it, like debating it, basically refuting it. But they were like, is this an appeal to hypocrisy? Is it? It's like, I don't blame you. It's like, I don't know, man. Whatever you think. I don't know. I'm stating facts. And they try. I don't know. It didn't help that there was the British accent, because the British accent always has that appeal of authority. They always sound smarter, even if they're saying stupidity. And she was saying stupidity. It was pure garbage. And then they were gaslighting as if like, and I don't know. It was really pathetic. I thought Jeffrey was really pathetic, but this one is really pathetic.
Yeah, Jeffrey had
They party. They're like, we got him. Yeah. See, I think that you're an atomic bomb, JD, and you have brought new material that the majority of people don't know, and they're scared. They're basically really scared. They don't know what to say, so they have to be exceptionally dishonest by like just refuting it. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
So I'm going to try to show. I'm going to show a YouTube video clip of it from Nutrivore's channel, and we were having some severe technical difficulties before this. So if this doesn't work, I'm just going to totally bail on it. So give me a
story voice
here. All right.
Oh, my end are probably not going to hear this, but just so you know, Debug Your Brain is streaming. So if you want to hear this clip coming up, go to Debug Your Brain. It's been tagged in the title.
Yeah.
I said I'm a lesbian.
Who's a lesbian?
You got a little smile out of him for that cute little comment you made.
Ugh. Did somebody say they were lesbian?
Yeah, Ellie is lesbian, according to what I've heard her say before.
Okay. JD.
Thank you, by the way, interruption.
Have we ever talked about our heterosexuality? I mean, we do it all the time off camera, but I'm just wondering.
Well, you said that you had to close the last live stream down because your wife walked by with no pants.
Oh, shut up. Okay, fine. Fine.
But yeah, by and large, we don't parade our sexuality about.
Yeah.
This is
That
where
was
it all goes
awesome.
wrong.
That was awesome.
You guys are missing out on the juicy shit if you're not watching over on Debug Your Brain's channel. Go.
Get to the
guys are about. Then I want to do a little critique of the debate itself, specifically a critique of like you. So
I'm in trouble. Oh god.
Yeah. If you watch this video, you know that they know they messed up. They know they messed up.
Do you have like something like you might not have it on the computer. Do you have the ability to show some comments about actual vegans getting pissed off at them, saying like you guys misrepresented, you guys weren't ready? Because on some of the comments I saw like some big criticisms.
Yeah, there were lots of criticisms. I don't have the ability to pull that up right now, but I want the people to see some more of this.
Go. Yeah, don't let me stop you.
And then after that, I do want to kind of talk about crop deaths and just like what I think is a fairly, I guess, a fairly lean response to the crop deaths argument. And I'll bring that up with a paper. So yeah, so first, like, we kind of just talked about like what was actually happening in the debate. Let me know like what sort of feelings were going through your body during that debate, and I'll tell you what.
What kind of feelings were going through your body? Tingly. Feels so tingly.
What kind of
feelings were going through my body as I watched?
Yeah, I just wanted my bed, to be honest with you. I was just like, wow, I stayed up for this to be called slippery and stuff. It's like I actually want to have this debate. Like I didn't just stay up at 2 o'clock.
You stayed an extra 3 hours, eh? She was saying 2 to 3 in the morning. She did an after party, assuming that's 6 until 6 in the morning.
She's trying right now. What she's doing is she's going through an exercise of trying to paint the picture that she actually wanted to debate the destructive nature of crop agriculture. And I do not believe that. I think that the entire game plan was to derail what they wanted to do is they wanted to make me look stupid. They think that I'm just some farmer, right? And farmers have the stereotypical farmer is speaking of farmers, I'll tell you quickly. I don't know if you saw, but Demon Design is a farmer in Tasmania. So he's part of the Dumb Farmer Club as well.
You're a fucking idiot.
Hey, easy. We have. I got chewed out the other day by one of my subscribers because she had her children listening to our live stream. So
yeah, I've had that with the Awakened community. They're like, what kind of piece of crap lets their 16-year-old son walk by? And you're like, go ahead.
To just fuck around for like
Yeah.
a whole
There you go.
like, what are you playing at? And I was kind of like annoyed. Like there was one, like there's two things. I don't know if you want me to wait to get into those, but there were like two things that I wish in hindsight I did indeed do, or that happened.
We'll get into those in a minute. I kind of want to talk about that about the guys first.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, the feeling then was just like there was a lot of projection happening, that they were accusing me of stuff. And I was like, why are they accusing? And then I realized, oh, it's because I think they're doing that. So they're just projecting so hard, trying to make it look like it's the other way around. So I came away feeling a bit like in a really bad relationship. I was like, whoa, what just happened? I felt crazy. And I was like,
well, she knew exactly what happened because they had, you know, even who was that? What?
It was pathetic, man. It was really like, I thought Jeffrey was pathetic, but this is, and I know the opposite side. We're always going to say it was pathetic. It really freaking was.
Demon Design, email me that Twitter bitching that you're talking about. I want to see that. I want to feature that on a video.
Which one?
Apparently, Ellie was complaining about the debate on Twitter. So I want to see what that was about.
Yeah, I don't have Twitter. Can
Highly
you see it on the computer?
wait, I've just been gaslit the shit out of. It was amazing. That was my wait. I've just really bad relationship. I was like, whoa, what just happened? I felt crazy, and I was like, wait, I've just been gaslit the shit out of. It was amazing. That was my feeling.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I think I had similar feelings, just as, just vicariously as a bystander watching you, is that I just felt very annoyed throughout the whole debate. I could just feel like a lot of anger and annoyance just at this, like, I don't know, basically their whole vibe, but then also the way that they approached the debate.
Yeah.
I think the thing is like, one thing I was noticing is there's this like quote, and I think it's from the book How to Have Crucial Conversations, where they talk about how if you and the other person feel safe together, you can have any conversation. You can have the hardest conversation in the world, like talking about the most uncomfortable things imaginable. You can do it as long as you and the other person feel safe together. And then the corollary of that is that.
So he's trying to make it look like we were so mean. We were so violent.
It's still going, eh?
That they weren't. They didn't feel like they were in a safe place.
A safe place.
If you feel unsafe, you can't have any conversation. Even the most like innocuous conversation is going to be just absolute.
Is he talking about like that school, those
and that's I think
crying
exactly what we saw, because you guys
safe space that you can go into?
Like,
yeah, he's saying that the reason why the vegans could not debate was because they had these feelings going through their body because they didn't feel like they were in a safe place.
I get those feelings all
what
the
we're
time.
saying is that the prompt clearly was saying there was hypocrisy there. Like I don't even know how to read it otherwise.
Yeah.
Okay, he just said that the prop, they're so cool, right? These sophisticated debaters are so cool that they can't be bothered with saying the word proposition. They have to say prop. And they love to say this word, unpack the prop, and that's just their way of saying, hey, we're going to trap you into a dialogue tree. But listen to this guy.
Yeah, but they think they're professional debaters.
Yeah, when he says prop, he's talking about proposition, and he could easily say proposition, but in this crowd, it's not cool to go ahead and say the whole word. You got to say prop.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't even know how to read it otherwise.
Yeah.
You know, that would make any sense. And so you're just like, yeah. So you're just saying there's a guy you saw because you simply just asked him, like, you know, sort of saying is like the prompt clearly was saying there was hypocrisy there. Like I don't even know how to read it otherwise.
Yeah.
You know, that would make any sense. And so you're just like, yeah. So you're just saying there's like a misalignment of values, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the thing to me is that it just struck me that he felt so unsafe in that environment.
Oh, now he's saying that I felt unsafe in the environment.
Well,
that I couldn't express myself, maybe.
Unsure of himself, that he could not even like just explain it and give you that clarifying comment. Because, and he even says it, he's like, I'm not playing your game. I'm not going to fall for your trap. I'm not like going for these tricks or whatever.
Right. And I showed you earlier in the stream that's exactly what they were doing. They were trying to set a trap. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Right from the start.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the soylent tone in this guy's voice, thinking about like the 1930s, 16, 18-year-old kids running down the beaches of Normandy. And here we are now. We're looking at soylent boys, soy boys, talking about like not feeling safe during debates on StreamYard. We've come a long way, but it's progress.
It is.
All I gotta say, man.
It was like such a weak move
Pathetic.
for him to do. And so, to my mind, transparent that
My
he was afraid
nipples
that there was like
are getting
something coming that he
sensitive because the
absolutely
wind
couldn't
is coming
defend
from the
against.
west.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, you know what? Interestingly, though, he had a debate before on the Crucible where he was alone against two people.
Yeah,
I don't think he's actually that intelligent, to be honest with you. I think he's got a case of the Dunning-Kruger going on. I think, because Andrew even said as much in the Crucible, that he was pulling some strings and getting someone else involved. I think if it was just Garland and I
told
or Garland
you,
and
I
someone
did
else,
not like
he would
that
have
Jim
been
Bob
willing.
came on.
I think
Did not like that. Jim Bob, it's not his fault. Jim Bob was invited. Nice. I don't know. I was like, the minute this guy arrived, and he's like, "Oh, it's not fair," because, and I was like, JD does not need this guy. Like, very nice guy, like on our side. You know, don't want to put him down. He was invited. Somebody told him to come on, but I was like, why the fuck? Sorry, why did he come on? There was no need. Like right away, the minute like they tried to pull something, you shut it down. You're like, no, I'm not stupid. Anyways.
Yeah. Well, that's what
sure.
That's what they're actually they do not want anyone to believe that Garland Farms, this farmer, could hold any intelligence. They're going to call into in the further down in the live stream. They start to call in to question whether I even know what the word arbitrary means, and that I'm just like this puppet that's being controlled by Andrew from the Crucible or I'm just this stupid farmer. They're trying to stereotype me as this idiot. And I don't even know if any of these people even have a college degree. At least I've got a bachelor's degree in kinesiology with a minor in biology, was a nationally certified strength and conditioning specialist for 15 years and had a 20-year career working with athletes, either as a coach or as a nutritionist or as a strength and conditioning specialist. So, they could not hold. They certainly can't have a conversation with me about biochemistry, human physiology. I would shut them down. Same thing with that Dr. Avi. Shut him down. Isn't he the one that claimed that gorillas don't have functioning cecums? Straight up lying to people.
That pissed me off. That really pissed me off. And like, I mean, a big documentary as big as Game Changers with that idiot that was like strong as a bull. It's like, you do not have the same digestive tract as a ruminant.
Well, they're not ruminants. They're hindgut fermenters. Ruminants are foregut fermenters.
Okay, fair enough.
But yes,
no,
you're right.
What I'm talking about is ruminants, and then you have the gorillas are different. They're hindgut, hindgut fermenters. And am I right to say that with the gorillas, the way it's set up is that the B12 is produced very far at the end, but it's not absorbed, and that's why they have to re-eat their own crap.
It's one reason. It's not just because of
the so the B12 is not absorbed in the first run.
No, the B12 is not absorbed in the first run, but that is not the only reason.
It's produced towards the end, and then eaten again, and then reabsorbed.
Yes, the cecum is at the top of the colon. So what is released into the colon when it's ready is what I call a butt cookie. A butt cookie contains B12, but it also contains lots of fat and protein in the form of this giant mass of bacteria. They're using bacteria as food. A giant mass of bacteria becomes food for them. Same thing with a cow. That's what it's cultivating, a huge mass of bacteria. And you're like, why would they want to digest bacteria? Because those cells are made of the same thing that animal cells are made out of.
Yeah.
So if you can make a mass, if a ruminant or a hindgut fermenter can manufacture a mass of bacteria that's the size of a small mammal, and then put it in their stomach, then the hydrochloric acid will kill the bacteria, break down their bodies, and then assimilate all of those amino acids and fatty acids that make up the bodies, the single cellular bodies of these bacteria and other microorganisms.
See, I followed. Oh crap, man! I followed. I think he was an agronomist. Is that possible? Agronomist? Am I wrong saying that? An agronomist is somebody who is a soil specialist. Wait, let me see that. That might be agronomist. An expert in the science of soil management and crop. Here, let me put it up, JD. Anyways, there is one agronomist that is on YouTube. Here,
hold on, we've got a guest.
Oh,
how you doing?
Hey, man.
Are you there?
How you going? It finally worked. I had to reboot my computer.
All right.
Oh, Demon Design.
Okay, cool, man. Nice to meet you, man.
How you doing?
I'm glad you came
You've
up.
seen lots of my filthy comments.
That's it. So you do farming?
Yeah. Yeah, we're only on.
I'm the clueless loser here between two farmers.
No, you're not a loser, man. You can probably hear the geese out the side now.
Well, when it comes to farming, I have no clue. I'm learning a lot.
You know a lot more than what the vegans do. That's for sure.
You know what? My 2-year-old daughter-in-law knows more about nutrition than vegans.
Yeah, same as my kids.
At least she craves animal food. The vegans are trying to deny it.
Yeah, I actually had one of my daughter's friends stay over a little while ago, and I was cooking eggs, and I asked him. It was lunchtime. I asked him, "Do you want some eggs? Like, I'm cooking anyway." "Oh no, don't eat eggs. Eggs are bad for you." Well, where did you get this from?
The cholesterol, it'll kill you.
It turns out she was vegan.
Oh gosh.
And it's like, so I had to. Luckily, my 14-year-old daughter knows better than that, and we actually had a really good conversation that afternoon about why veganism is really, really bad. And surprisingly, she actually knew a lot of the stuff that, you know, causes brain shrinkage. I don't know where she got it from, but she's obviously taken the steps to go, okay, well, my friends are vegan, I want to look at it.
Yeah.
Because we've always sort of taught our kids, if you want to know something, you need to study it, you need to understand it before you take the steps to employing it. So, but that's just how we brought them up. Yeah.
No.
So I'm looking outside because I'm waiting for the geese to start fighting again.
For me, it's really just frustrating. It's like, okay, I get it, but we're basically just trying to like defend animal food and say like, okay, look, there's the paradigm, the structure that's created right now for animal food, far from ideal.
No, it's very far from ideal.
The animal, the plant agriculture, can we look at that honestly? And this whole like soybean saga, which I think that I've lost subscribers talking about the soybean, the component, and just over and over, and it's become like almost a nervous tick with the vegans. And yeah, and to hear them, like one of the guys in the comments was saying, no, actually they're using the soy, and the priority is the soy meal, and they're just taking advantage of the leftover oil to feed to us.
Oh yeah, I actually heard what you said earlier on. It's the exact opposite.
It's the exact opposite. And it's like if the vegan would be like, oh crap, I didn't realize it was like that. I'm still a vegan. I still believe that I still
I think a lot of it comes down to their ethical stance and what they believe. They think they're helping the animals, but they're not.
Yeah.
They're simply not.
No, they're not at all. But
and
they
it
can
just comes
believe
down to
their
their
little
ideological
delusion.
belief.
But
And
they're
they just-
lying.
Like anybody who's in a religious cult can't see outside of anybody that says, "Oh, cool, the world is actually this." They just block it out because they only want to believe what they want to believe.
Yeah, and that worldview has been.
What was that, JD?
Their worldview has been manufactured by Walt Disney.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, they think they live in a bloody Disney movie.
Yeah. And it's really, and we're not kidding, because Walt Disney got his start as a cartoonist working for Dr. Post of Post Toasties, and so the original goal that they had in mind, besides having likable mascots on the front of these cereal boxes, was to take over as much of the share of the food bill that they could. And in order to do that, they were attacking the meat part of that, trying to replace that meat for not just for profit reasons, but also they were Seventh-day Adventists. So they believed that by feeding cereal to human beings and children, that they could cut back on sexual desire, masturbation.
I was going to mention that. And that's scary that it's become so prolific in society.
It really
just
is.
goes to show how much sway and how much money they've put into it.
Yeah. People are very malleable Their
Yeah.
world views can be steered in whatever direction. You know, their people are subject to the cult of personality,
Yep.
and their minds are like clay, and they're drawn to celebrity, and they're drawn to wealth, and so you put these celebrity influencers, whether they're Hollywood influencers or not, just high profile.
Look at what they're doing to Woody Harrelson at the moment.
I don't even know, what are they doing right now with him?
He was on, was it SNL or one of those shows that they go on and they say funny skits and stuff, and he came out about the vaccines, like he's anti-vax, and the media's giving him hell over that at the moment. Because he's someone that for a long time has been saying there's stuff going on that we don't know about, and what our reality is and what we think it is. But they're controlling it, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see. Jason, are you trying to add something to the stream? I guess he's not there. Okay.
No, I'm here. I'm listening. No, I'm not actually at the moment trying to add anything.
Okay.
Today, just talking about how
put to bed my granddaughter.
But yeah, there's a much bigger game going on in the whole scheme of things, and I think people generally, most of the public, are just happy to let the government do what the government's doing. Oh, they'll look after us. They wouldn't do anything wrong by us, and the whole time. And it's not just like I see a lot of stuff, a lot of people posting, oh, America this, America that, US this, US that, and a little bit in the UK. And it's not just, it's worldwide.
It really is.
And I often say, come on, it's not just America this is happening in, it's happening in Australia too. It's probably not so prevalent in Australia. From what I'm seeing, it's not so in people's faces, but it is there. It definitely is there.
Yeah, they used the U.S. as a test. They used us as lab rats for all of this.
Oh yeah.
And then once they saw how easy it was to manipulate people, and we've been domesticated so much that it's become dangerous. I think human beings can become too domesticated, so that we're just so, like you were saying, Dennis, is that we stop having a sense of vigilance.
Yeah.
You stop having a sense of self-preservation, a sense of self. They want us to, it's like they're trying to hedge us into this communist mindset where, you no longer have a choice which medical procedures you go through. You're going to have to take them all, because it's not just you that you're looking out for anymore. You have to take medicines for the betterment of other people.
Well, that's what we were seeing in the media here with the COVID stuff. We refused to take it, and we were a little bit ostracized by our family. But now even my mum, who has a medical background, she even said, now I'm not taking any more. She got really bad sciatica from it.
Yeah.
It took that, unfortunately, for her to change her mind about it. She still has the mindset that it stops you dying. But come on, explain all the athletes that have taken it that have had myocarditis and passed away.
Dude, believe me, I have 2 studies that are still to be published on COVID and stuff like that.
Yeah,
and
but that's getting a little bit off track.
It was older people, very older people. Some old people didn't get sick, but it tended the vulnerable were older people, and we had some 40-year-olds with type 1 diabetes. They got sick a little bit. They needed a little bit of oxygen. 50-year-olds and stuff like that. Some of them died. But overall, for the whole pandemic, in my hospital, we had 300 people.
Oh, that's right. You have a medical background as well, don't you?
About 300.
Yeah.
And it in retrospect, they should have never closed down anything. They should have tried to protect the older people, and all these vaccine things should have been done for older people.
Yeah. Yeah.
The fact that my son, who's he's 17 now, but he was 16. He went to school and he got the vaccine without my consent. They just opened up a vaccine center at the high school, and my son, he decided, let's go, and he went and got vaccinated.
Yeah, my son's school never forced him to do that. He's about the same
No,
age as your boy.
they didn't force it. The fact that they had it at the school, and you need to sign a paper to go on a field trip. But my son went to school, and there was a kiosk, there was a booth to vaccinate him, as if screw the parents. It was just like, oh, you want the vaccine?
Wrong.
Yeah, and my oldest said I want the vaccine because I want to do sports. Never did any sports. The rest of my family didn't. Didn't get anything. For me, I've already said my freaking story.
I've actually been trying to get hold of my uncle. He used to work for Pfizer. He retired from Pfizer. He also used to work for Procter & Gamble in Australia. He spent a lot of time in Japan. Procter & Gamble basically do in Australia what the FDA does in the US.
Yeah.
And he was responsible for a lot of food imports. And I won't go into why he was told not to apply for his job and the next, because they had to apply for their job every 6 months.
Yeah.
Because he was going to come forward about what they're putting in the mainstream food, like what they're doing to the food and allowing. Yeah. So he then went and worked for Pfizer, but he retired from there before all the COVID stuff. Because I'm interested to know how much he actually knows, whether they knew that it was coming.
Yeah.
It'd be an interesting conversation. But he may also be under an NDA as well.
Well, speaking of what they're doing with the food, let me see if I can pull this up a little bit larger.
Well, I think a part of it, you've only got to have a look at some of the ingredients, even food that we get here. I went to make a microwave meal the other day, and I just happened to read the ingredients. I'm looking at it. Soya. Why does soy even have to be in this?
I know.
Yeah, they put it in everything.
I mean? And then I learned later on that they apparently put soy in bread to make it white.
Yes. Yeah, you've never seen.
Yeah.
Hey, you've never seen this one. Wait. I went through
is all you need to make bread.
A crazy man.
Yeah.
Here, JD, can I share a screen? I'm not.
Yes, Jason. After I show y'all what I want to show you here.
Yeah. Go ahead.
One of the proteins in insect exoskeletons is chitosan. It's the same stuff that like a crab shell is made out of, right? Or a shrimp shell, cricket shell.
Yeah.
This is chitin or chitosan. Now, let me show you
any exoskeleton kind of thing. They're all going to have defense mechanisms.
Right. Now look,
it's the armor. It's the armor. Obviously, it's armor for the animal. It's going to defend.
Cells are quite hard.
So now they're starting to use chitosan as an adjuvant in vaccines.
Huh.
Amazing. Sounds good. I think it's a wonderful idea.
The reason why that is important is because chitosan causes clotting. They use chitosan-based dressings as a novel wound care with the ability to accelerate clotting time. So if you inject someone with a liquid containing chitosan,
Yeah.
it goes to reason that you could actually stimulate blood clots.
No, that's a conspiracy theory, JD.
Yeah,
You're a
preparation of
conspiracy
chitosan with high
Isn't he
blood
what?
clotting activity. And this ties into what they're
Smoking.
pushing right now is all of this. You will eat the bugs.
Why isn't he sharing it?
No, they will eat the bugs.
Okay, what do you have, Jason? You have something to show us?
Yeah. No, I was just trying to give me a sec. Present. It's not up there. Wait. Present. Yeah, it should pop up. Give me a sec. Now.
Here it
See
comes.
Well, it's nothing that important, but it's just what he mentioned about the soybean. I'm not playing this one again because me and JD have played it, but I'm like a crazy man, and I go through the whole shopping center just showing where the soybean is.
I'll have to go through your videos, Jason. I think I've only subscribed to your channel recently.
You better.
Yeah, this is a good one here. And you never see anyone reading the labels anymore.
He has a trustworthy face. All right, let's find some tomato or something in there.
Yeah, see? Canola right there. Canola.
Taco, burrito. What's that coming out of your Speedo? You got trouble.
Okay.
You got trouble. So tacos. Where's
Anyways, I'm literally a crazy English guy in Quebec because it's a French province, just going through it. But it was just to prove a point. Everything in the middle section, every freaking thing, right down to like the deceptive like Becel here. See, olive oil. This is Becel in Quebec, Canada. Becel is a margarine. So they're saying like, oh, this is margarine with olive oil. There's like it's maybe they put a drop of olive oil. It's all margarine.
Right?
Yeah, it's totally crap. And these
There's
stupid
a butter company down here called Western Star, and they make pure butter. GM corn. The Guardian. Oh yeah, that's a trustworthy
of course
place.
But if you look at here, once you get into genetic modification of food and stuff like that, look,
Roundup
corn,
ready.
the new contraceptive, 6 spermicidal options and how they work. Look, once we got these like crazy globalists that hate us because we're like CO2 breathers and stuff like that, and we eat meat, once they want to like make us sterile and deficient in nutrients and really like dumbed down because like they seem to be legalizing every possible drug in Canada. Right now, you can have fentanyl in your pocket. And it's like, all right, you're good. It's no longer criminal. Marijuana is legal.
Yeah, didn't Brazil also, was it Brazil? There was another one of the big European countries legalized all drugs. And they actually found that drug use went down.
I've had like drug addicts that I know. When they go in jail, they seem to get their shit together. The minute they're out and they have availability, the best thing is to do. Hey?
They get more drugs in jail. The screws bring it in for them because
it's true too. But I just know one guy, and he self-destructed when he left. He had his crap together. He was like, anyways, it was funny. The guy was 150 pounds.
Real life when they come out of jail too, which is a sad thing.
He was 150 pounds, and in there, actually it wasn't his fault, and he was stupid with when you're out
There
of
goes another
jail.
load
And
of milk you can probably
you're
hear.
supposed to
Truck
hang
going past on
around.
the dairy.
He screwed up his probation and stuff like that. So a bunch of like Christians that were there for like ever taught him how to make booze. So he's
Make
150 pounds, and what he was doing, he was collecting all the crackers from everyone. There, he got the yeast, and he was collecting all the sugar and any kind of fruits that they could get, and he was making booze. And that's how he
booze.
made it.
Yeah, I've heard of that
the minute
before.
he was able to collect the sugar from everybody and make booze,
They do that in Australia too.
his ass was grass. He was fine.
I used to work for my father years and years and years ago, and we used to look after the air conditioning and refrigeration for Allen Prison. And because of that, we got to know one of the maintenance managers there, Dave Stanton, I believe his name was. And he used to take drugs in for prisons all the time because it keeps them calm. It keeps them calm. It makes their job easier. But yeah, a lot of them, when they leave, they can't handle society. They'll go and do another crime just to go back in jail.
Well, they call it like institutionalized.
That's
it's people that have been in the system. It's just like
it's a shame, but
I'm great in there. I got a reputation. I got friends. I can get what I want. Like, let's go inside.
And I've got my TV. I got my internet. I can do whatever I want.
We've got a women's prison in a nearby town that's very just very a stone's throw from the local cattle auction, and so you drive by it anytime you go to the cattle auction, and they've got this women's prison has those big towers, those big watchtowers at the corner, and there's to all those towers there's a little road, and there's a rope hanging down from those towers, and you'll see cars drive up there, and the rope will lower a basket down to the car, and then the guy pulls the basket back up, and if you ask them what do you guys what's being delivered, they'll say
delivering goods.
That's lunch, right? But you know what it is.
Yeah,
you know
that's right.
exactly what it is.
It's not hard to guess that. Yeah. Well, that's kind of off topic, wasn't it?
Yeah. So you've got geese. You've got geese today.
Yeah, I'm just watching one. There's one outside the workshop door. I've got a couple of pieces of mesh, so I can have the door open. So they sort of lock together to stop them getting in because they shit everywhere. I had one the other day. I forgot to close it, and I was doing some wood turning. I heard just what the fuck are you doing in here? So I'm swearing again.
Yeah, they're like monkeys.
Oh yeah, they're good value though. We actually had someone come to the house yesterday, and they wouldn't come down the driveway because they've seen the geese down here. They're like, I ain't coming in now. I know what geese are like.
Yeah, they can be aggressive.
Oh yeah, and that's why we keep them in the yard here at the moment. But every now and again, they'll fight for food. Missus will come out and put some food out every now and again, the kitchen scraps and stuff, and they're
getting a big fight.
Oh yeah. And they're a mixture. There's Pilgrim, Chinese knobhead, and Sebastopol. There's only two Sebastopols, but they're supposed to be husband and wife, but they've split up.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think he's a bit rough with her when they're down in the dam trying to have a good time.
I see.
Yeah, they hold them under the water, right? They always drown them when they're mating. They're pretty vicious.
He probably, he treats them the same way.
Guys, can I bring up just a comment? Mr. White says, this is what Avi said to me. Nope, calories is actually a steel man here. Measuring it in whole bean number or by mass would result in even more favorable results from my position. Happy to walk you through. So,
I don't know how that works, but anyway, I usually don't go on the calculating calories because that's beyond me.
No, you know what they're doing, Dennis. They're
Go
trying
ahead,
to
JD.
all they're trying to do is, you know, they look for any. I mean, you can break a soybean down, cellulose versus the rest of it, oil versus the rest of it, protein versus the rest of it,
Oh yeah, I get that.
calories, weight, dimensions. You know, a bushel. You can break up the way that you measure any food in 100 different ways.
Of course.
So what these vegans are doing is that they're figuring out how can we measure these soybeans to make it look like everything's the fault of the cattle. And
Yeah, well,
so
no, obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, what happened to that waste? They would just go back to burning it.
Yeah, exactly. It's not going to.
It's the most efficient use of the waste.
Yeah, but JD was trying to make the point of that. He was basically saying, like, look, 60 as an analogy, but it's actually probably more 80-20.
Oh yeah, I got the thing with the pecan.
If
That was totally clear.
The crap that you're not using, the fibrous tissue. So, for example, of a can, you rip the shell off. Humans can't consume it. You throw it aside. You eat the peanut. Then after, I can say, you know what? I ate 40%, and some cow eating the shell is 60. And now I can say that like over half of the soybeans are wasted on the animal. And they keep on talking about calorie, but calories really they don't apply.
The other thing that angers me with them as well.
Out, 100% of the oil is human, and the
That's
leftover, right. You're taking advantage and trying to sell it. What I don't understand as
they're
a
not
layman,
comparing weight for weight.
Is why do they feed the fibrous crap to the animals, but the farmers can't sell the shit back to the monocroppers? Why aren't they using? It doesn't make sense.
Well,
it doesn't make financial sense either.
Yeah, but it's a way for them to. It's a way for them to keep the economic stability of the livestock farmer handicapped. That's all it is. And you know
bullshit. This is common sense, and the vegans refuse. They refuse to acknowledge it. And when we talk about like
all their arguments would be debunked.
Well, if we go a little bit further, because I'm not a farmer, and I'm like, yeah, but stop feeding them all this shit. Just let them go outside and start shitting on the fields and start replenishing the soil. It'll make fertile grass. Besides playing golf and having a husband have a purpose besides a dildo and go cut the grass, there's no purpose to grass. It's like, dude, like, you know, there's nothing we can do with that. These friggin' guys are eating crap that's useless to me as a layman person, and you're producing nutrients that don't exist there. They're new nutrients. So you're like a freaking magician.
That's right.
And all I have to do is eat you, and I don't even need to learn about epidemiological studies. I just have to eat the shit out of you. Great.
I think a lot of times it's just to create confusion. It's just to create confusion. And the problem is they're confusing the people, like the average person. So then the average person's like, oh, well, they must be right because it's making sense, but it's all bullshit.
It is.
And then they're not asking farmers. How many farmers have you seen at these bloody climate meetings? And I mean actual farmers, not the representatives of farmers.
Yeah, exactly.
Representing the farming groups.
Farmers are being deceived,
and none of them are actually asked or represented properly because they know that they're going to hear the bloody truth.
You guys are being deceived and screwed over in such a fashion. We were looking, me and JD, at just over here in Canada where I live, and there was this farmer who This is one farmer. I can imagine every farm just blowing 30,000 liters of milk just in the drain because some kind of bureaucratic quota has been met.
Well, I'll tell you something right there with the milk. When they drain the milk, they're not allowed to put it in waterways. It's actually illegal here in Australia because
they put it somewhere besides my mouth.
Milk starves the oxygen out of the water.
Well, it causes
in waterways.
Yeah, it causes an algae bloom, and the algae will use up all of the oxygen, and then you'll have a fish kill. You'll kill all the aquatic. So you don't want to put it in the water, but it's a great soil amendment if you can spray it not too heavy, but spray it lightly onto pasture, and you'll fortify the soil. You'll create a
putting the nutrients back into the soil.
Yeah, that's what it should be.
What I mean is that frickin' milk is milk. Don't drain it. I don't know where it was going. It was going in a drain. The point is don't do that. That's milk.
We were before we bought this property. We were in a place called Wilmot, and it was we were on an old dairy, which was about 11 acres, and we were looking at doing a goat farm, a goat dairy, and it was previously a cow dairy about 20 years beforehand, and it hadn't been used for a long time. We couldn't even get the council to come out and tell us what to do with the effluent. So that's why we did this whole thing that we were going to support locals, kind of like what Jeremy Clarkson's going through at the moment, where he was going to do his restaurant and support the locals and sell the produce from the local area. We were looking at doing a similar thing. Anyway, we were getting hold of a company called Agritech. They supply robot milkers, but we weren't looking at getting a big robot milker. That's just where I learned about the hypoxia from the milk in the water, and why we had to get onto the council to know what we needed to do with the effluent as well as the waste milk, because the machine, as the animal goes in, it weighs the animal before and after milking. So as a thing, it also tests the milk, and it can tell you whether that animal needs to be medicated. And that milk that it tests as it milks out, if it's no good, it just dumps it. So we had to have a plan of where that would actually get dumped. And the plan was, after speaking to Agritech, was to spray it on the paddocks.
There you go.
And that was their idea. And so you don't learn things unless you ask questions.
Yeah. Yeah, I've actually purchased milk for that purpose. I've purchased, I bought powdered milk before. It was powdered buttermilk, and I used it as a spray on fertilizer.
Well, pollard is another thing from the dairy industry that they often feed pigs.
What is that?
Pollard.
Pollard?
Pollard, yeah. Pollard.
Yeah.
Our neighbour was doing that when he had his pigs, and he was also feeding some of it to the cow, but yeah, it was making a crook, so we had to stop doing that.
It was making what?
He was giving some of it to the chickens and the cow that we had. We were adjusting his cow, which is where we were getting raw milk from, and it was making her crook. It was just too much. Whatever's in it was just too much for us, so we had to.
Too rich.
Yeah, cut back on it. But he got it for the pigs. That's what he was feeding the pigs. The pigs absolutely love it.
Oh yeah.
They love everything. But yeah, see, this is the thing they say that we just dump all this stuff like the milk. It's a shame that milk had to be dumped, but it probably could have been used in another way. It's just ridiculous. It's just too much waste. Way too much waste.
Oh yeah. Yeah. In every category.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You know. Yeah,
Probably
they're.
hear the geese out there now.
Yeah, I heard that.
Hey,
What
since he's on here, do you want to watch a little bit of the stupidity and at least have him maybe give his thoughts?
Which
to
which stupidity was that?
The debate. Well, there's a lot of
I
stupidity,
watched the
right?
debate. I was actually on during the debate, in watching it during the live, but my computer kept freezing up, so I had to.
Okay,
so I
you know
ended up
what?
watching it later.
Without wasting time, what
That
was your
just
thought?
an absolute clusterfuck. That was one of my favourite words at
Okay,
the moment.
so in what way? In what way?
They were just trying to derail it. They had no plans of debating because
They
they
didn't want to
know
talk.
they knew from the preposition right from the beginning that they agreed to what was going to happen as far as what JD was going to present. They knew they wanted to derail it before he even got into it. That's why notice that JD said during the backstage thing before the actual live that he seemed to understand what the preposition was, but then as soon as he got into the live where it was public, started questioning because he knew there'd be a heap of vegans in there watching it as well. They just tried to make JD look stupid. That's all it was all about.
Yeah.
They don't want farmers.
They look totally stupid though.
Yeah, they don't want non-vegans knowing the truth about what's going on in the hopes that, oh, we'll become a vegan and we'll be saving the animals as well. We'll add to our cult.
Yeah.
That's all it's about. They're just full of crap, basically. I'm actually at the point where I'm sick of arguing with them. And
me too.
And JD's probably noticed on Twitter now and again. I'll drop a comment now and again, but I've pulled back a heap. I've stopped even arguing with them.
It's just circular, right? It's just it's
just
almost
going
like
around in
that torture tactic where they say dig the hole. Once it's dug,
bury yourself,
fill it again, and then
So,
just to
I actually
let
did
you
that.
know that everything you're doing is worthless.
I
They're
actually
not
did that to
honest.
a friend. It's a cruel trick to do to someone if you're driving somewhere and you're sort of like in the middle of nowhere and say, oh shit, I forgot something. And they'll be like, what? Oh, I forgot to bring a shovel.
Yeah.
What do you want a shovel for? Oh, well, you're going to dig your grave.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah,
exactly.
But you notice as soon as they get to
the lime in the trunk isn't for the Corona beer, It's like you're dead, man.
Well, down here we just feed them to the devils.
Yeah,
because they're carrion eaters.
Did you have the privilege of seeing JD's first debate with Jeffrey and Ali?
With
Jeffrey and Ali?
Ali and Jeffrey? Yes, I did. Yeah, they were doing exactly the same thing, pretty much.
No, that was more. That was more pathetic.
Yeah, they were still not engaging. They weren't engaging.
No, that's what I mean. Like, there's no acknowledgement.
The first one were people that were caught off guard because
I've never actually seen them.
I'm a non-vegan, and my excuse for what they presented, the whole soy thing, I would have said, well, you know what? The ruminant animals are not supposed to be eating soy. They're supposed to be on the grass.
That's
so
right.
I object to this whole current paradigm, and I think that we should reform it. I had no idea what JD had presented and saying, wait. 76% of the soybeans fed to the animals, but that's after all the extraction from oil, the leftover, and the stuff that's useless to humans.
And the
we
silly
feed it
thing
to the
is,
animal.
this little
But
Our World in Data's chart.
Each freaking soybean is, and I wouldn't say being benefited by the humans. Seed oils are freaking toxic.
That's
but anyways,
right. Exactly.
all of that shit is going towards the seed oil, and the leftover, they're just like looking like, how can we make money? So we were talking in the comments, and there was a guy, big thing about like how actually the priority is making soy meal, and as if the oil is some like refuse that they're making
Oh
money
yeah, they're
with.
trying to blame the
Don't
animals for
worry.
the production.
If the ruminant animals didn't exist, then we'd
What would
stop
be- yeah.
making soybean and we'd feed other soy oils like canola or something.
Absolute nonsense.
Well, yeah, they were talking about changing to palm oil, and palm oil driving animal extinction. It's deforesting the rainforest. It's got everything that soybeans.
Well, you've done videos on it, JD.
Yeah, I have. It's not better than the soy industry. It's just as bad. In fact, as far as the industry security, it takes soybeans are something that you can grow like in a season, but you've got to grow, if you're going to grow palm oil, you've got to grow trees. Yeah, it's a huge time thing. I mean, you've got to wait forever.
It's the same sort of issue with the forestry industry down here with the pulp. The previous property that we were at Wilmot, we were surrounded by forestry. And it's 7 years and probably closer to 15, depending how quickly the trees grow, that land's tied up. And a lot of them, they're under contract with farmers who actually own those parcels of land. They can't even go on there. They can't even pick up a leaf on the property, on that parcel of land, because it's locked up for Forestry Tasmania. And then a lot of them are also in a contract where as long as there's trees growing on that parcel of land, forestry can extend the contract magically. So what they do is they harvest half the trees and then replant the other ones.
Guys,
come back later and do the other half.
On that subject, let me say real quick, Jason, let me say real quick about that, is that people will, like I have a lot of vegans that approach me and say, what we need to do is we need to reforest the North American continent. And I'm like, what do you mean reforest?
Was there a forest there?
Yeah, they want the entire North American continent to be forest again.
Isn't it known as prairie lands?
It was grassland. And
it was mostly grassland.
That's how we got all of this rich soil here to begin with, was because
even here in Australia, we know that.
Yeah, massive herds of ruminants going around building the soil over millions of years, and then benefiting the vegans. And now the vegans want to take away the one thing that made that soil fertile, which is the ruminants. And if you look into the science, you'll actually see that lush prairie grassland is actually better at turning carbon dioxide into oxygen and all of that than trees. So what they think forests are ideal for, grasslands are actually ideal for those things.
Well, didn't NASA, there was I probably got it here somewhere that I can share. NASA actually discovered that, scientists zero in, where is it, on trees as a surprisingly large source of methane.
The trees. I forgot the numbers on it.
And that was actually done. They were expecting to find that it was farm areas that was producing the methane and not agricultural, manufacturing areas. And they actually discovered, no, it's treed areas, mostly swamps and stuff like that, as trees break down, obviously. So, and that's the other thing too, that all this crop waste, if it was just left to break down, we'd have a much larger methane problem, much larger. People are just, I don't know. It must be the brain shrinkage and the brain fog.
No, they're not stupid, because if they're smart enough to try and pull debate tactics, they're just dishonest. It's just pure
I think you're
freaking
right,
dishonesty.
but they've also had time to think about it.
I'm not saying they're smart.
When you're on one-to-one with them, even on Twitter or on video or whatever, they can't answer fire, can they? They need time to process it before they can actually come up with a cogent answer.
If they really cared about the premise, they would have given JD time to like do his little spiel.
Yeah,
then they could have picked it.
I actually think during the live chat, I actually said, why don't you just sit back and just shut up and let JD talk and just let him do.
Yeah, and then after
talk about what he's going to talk about, and then they can debate it.
Yeah, so they wanted to debate the premise.
Yeah.
Instead of using the premise as a launching pad for JD to present all his information and for them to try and debunk it. That would have been very interesting for the viewers.
I don't think they even wanted to get to that point, to be honest. They just wanted to throw
to be honest,
in the work.
JD, do me a favor. Can you put me full screen? Because there's something very freaking important I have to talk about. Put me full screen. You know how to do that?
I'm not going to get telling off.
No, you have to click on my little square and make it solo. Because there's something very important I have to talk about.
Hold on.
Good.
There he is.
Okay, guys.
A Christmas tree.
I'm aware of the freaking Christmas tree. I know it's awkward. I know it's February. I'm aware of that. The lighting is good, and my wife has OCD. So she puts the Christmas tree up, and she takes it down. But we're very busy. We have a lot of personal things going on. So stop
I've got news
fucking
for you.
the Christmas tree. I
I've got news
understand.
for you.
It's weird.
It's not
Yes.
February. It's March.
Yes. Hey?
It's March.
Okay, fine. So exactly.
It's March
that's
for
why
me.
February. Jeez, Murphy. Anyways, no, I got everybody. Everyone's upset about the tree. I'm like, okay. We have 2 kids. My wife has 4 kids that I raised, so we have 6. Okay, and we have a granddaughter. So every single year for the 6 kids, she puts up some special emblem that represents the year for each kid. So it's actually like overly.
I think we might have to pull some money together to get him a TV.
Yeah. So
too many kids.
She's very specific about how she puts it up, and she's very specific on how she puts it down. And she's sick, and we're taking care of a 2-year-old right now. So. And I think it's February. So calm down.
That's where you're wrong.
I'm aware the tree should not be up. I just wanted to mention.
Jesus.
I have it on Facebook. I have it like, the vegans are commenting about my. I get it. I know.
I think we still have some Christmas decorations.
I think it's
up as well.
pagan. I think it's a pagan freaking thing. So I have nothing to do with Christmas. I pay for it.
Our neighbor across this side actually grows Christmas trees.
Can't believe I said February.
Yeah, it's March.
Well, when you're a grandparent taking care of your daughter that's 2, it's February. Okay. I'm the one walking around with shit in my pants sometimes. Okay, I'm that busy.
So we were talking about methane emissions from trees.
Exactly.
Watch this.
This is what happens when you have methane inside of a tree.
Oh yes,
that is a flame right there. That's
actually pretty cool.
Yeah. That is cool.
That is crazy. That's a lot of flame too. That's a lot of gas.
You know how much tofu you can like grill on that shit?
Shish kebabs.
You know how much tofu I could throw in the bin?
Soy kebabs.
Yeah, so we've been cutting down the trees for firewood all this time. All we needed to do is plug into them and pull the methane out.
Well, that's right.
Run a
What are we
pipe
doing?
They're talking about banning gas stoves and wood burning stoves.
Oh yes, yes.
Yeah, it causes cancer.
Apparently.
All of a sudden, causing cancer.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with the seed oil and everything else.
Oh no, let's just blame everything else but what's actually causing it.
Yeah. What's actually causing it? They're going to mandate.
Yes.
That we use that.
It's topsy turvy, isn't it?
It is. Anyway.
I think I hear the calf up at the back gate.
I'm getting guys, I'm getting positive feedback about the Christmas tree.
Well,
it's been popping up everywhere. Like I posted a little picture of my granddaughter and they were like, "Why do you still have a Christmas tree?" I was like,
I've actually started this, or that would have been last year, making Christmas baubles to hang from the tree.
Yeah.
What are you still getting? The hollowing out part is the worst.
What are you making out of?
They're asking me how I think it's so green.
The last ones were blackwood.
Blackwood?
Tasmanian blackwood. I'm just trying to see if I got some pictures of it. Where? Probably all on my phone.
I've got some gigantic black walnut trees.
Oh, yeah, I'd be visiting.
Yeah, we had a tornado come through about 2 years ago, and one of those trees down there, which I can't get the trunk is probably 5 feet in diameter, something like that, and it ripped one of the limbs off of that thing.
I just posted a link to the picture on Facebook of the bauble that I made.
Where is the link?
I put it in the private chat.
Okay.
There's other links I've posted there too. That one for vegan gays that you asked me to email you.
Yeah.
But I'm not on my laptop. I'm on my desktop, and I don't have the email client on here that has your email address.
Okay.
We got. I want to hear him comment on this. These guys too.
On what, Jason?
This video that JD has popped up. It's like a response video.
Oh, someone called it, what was it? Coke bottle glasses or something. I was going to say 4 eyes, but that doesn't really work, does it?
For some reason, I can't get up to the tabs for the private chat. Let me see.
Okay.
What do you mean?
That'd be weird.
Yeah, you have private chat and comments, right? On the right, you got comments.
There's like a tab up there. Let me see.
I'm able to switch between.
I can get to the private chat. Do you want me to pop something up?
Hold on.
I just posted JD a link to the bauble that I made, which I'm going to do every year as part of living here, because this is supposed to be our forever home, according to my wife. I told her after moving, here
it is.
We're going to move again. That's it. I'm filing for divorce. So she goes, "Oh, now, don't tell me that. Now I know how to get rid of you."
Okay, I'm gonna pull up what you just linked to and show that.
Oh, it's mainly just to show you, JD, what I've been doing.
Oh, okay. Well, I wanted to.
You can share it live. I don't care.
I'm going to zoom in on
what I've been doing, because we've been talking about the wood turning on the email.
Yeah.
Did you get your little lathe going?
Yeah, well, I haven't got it going yet. It's I'm gonna have to replace the motor. It's an antique. I think I'm gonna have to replace the motor on it, and it's belt driven.
Tends to go on them a lot too.
The what does? The bearings?
Capacitor.
Oh, the capacitor. Yeah, I'm not even sure that this has a capacitor. I'm gonna have to buy one.
It's ancient.
Everything else is there, but there's parts missing. I mean,
oh yeah.
But as far as the lathe itself, it's all there in working condition, and all the tools are there as well.
I need to do more videos. Actually, I've got some videos up on my wood turning, but I've got to
There
do
it
more.
is.
That's only part of it. So that ball is hollow.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
So that's like a little lid that squeezes down in there.
Yeah, the top bit is obviously just for hanging it. That's actually made out of hew and pine. And the finial at the bottom is also hew and pine. And they just glue into the top and bottom. And you hollow it out. It's only hollowed out to make it light. Because when you put it on the tree, it'd end up weighing the branch down. So
right.
The branches all hanging down. You want them all up like what Jason has on his. There you go. That was taken out in our front yard.
Well, that's a cool little decoration. And are you selling these?
No.
Okay.
I ended up making some as presents to give to people. But yeah, they're more of a make one each year to represent each year that we've been at this place.
Why don't you put a link to your website, Dennis, if you want to, and we'll put that up so that you can maybe someone wants to go buy a pen.
Oh yeah.
Dennis makes these really cool. He turns them on a lathe. They're like premium pens. Here we go.
Mm-hmm. Is Lisa B? Is she saying she was anemic when she was on a vegan diet?
I see that quite often, actually. I reckon that's the lack of iron.
Yeah, lack of heme iron.
Heme iron. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, my
well,
17-year-old boy has a problem with that, and yeah, he's not a fan of red meat, but he does eat it, but not as often as he should.
Well, there must be other things that are decent in iron too, though, besides like red meat. Is there something else to say? Somebody who doesn't like it, you know?
I think bivalves have it.
Oh yeah.
What is?
Bivalves, like clams.
Oh yeah, okay.
I'm just trying to think what else. I can't think offhand. Thanks for that, JD.
Yeah, I'm going to show the website here. There's his website. There's some, he makes all these pins by hand with his lathe. Those are super cool. Go get you some of that.
I actually do website development as well.
Yeah, websites, digital and handcrafted media. These are some of the websites that you've designed.
Can I just show this, JD? Because it actually pisses me off.
Yeah, we're actually getting off topic, really, aren't we?
Yeah,
sorry,
always.
What you got,
like always. My title will be something like it has nothing to do with the video. We can get back on topic. No, it's just like
that's not what we're here for.
High iron sources. You see that, JD?
Yes. Oh, they have all these vegetables, right?
Yeah, like it's just I don't know. It's just so frustrating because you know that Google, everything's in on this. It's like it's all on that. So I mean, even to the point of writing high iron sources, this should be a big freaking stake here. And I'm
what?
reading.
We're not.
And the
talking
first
about
thing,
Google being in on it. When I was first sort of researching, what's his name, Earthling Ed.
Yeah.
If you do a search for anything to do with like debunking Earthling Ed, for example, you'll get a whole heap of his videos and website stuff but if you have a look at how he's phrasing the titles, he's done it on purpose so his results come up before anything that's actually debunking him.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what a lot of these places are doing with the Google algorithm.
Yeah,
they're wording things in such a way to push back results that would actually be beneficial and show actual correct information.
Of course.
In favor of stuff like what you were just showing the iron and it was all plant-based stuff. They're doing it on purpose because they know that it pushes the other
why are
stuff
they
out.
pushing?
Yeah,
why
they
are they
do.
pushing this epidemiological study, right? Observational study at best proves association.
But the trouble is,
And
Google also
it
goes
was
on
everywhere red meat, and the study itself, being associative study, was not even on red meat. It was on processed red meat, first of all.
Yes.
And all of a sudden, you have everybody around talking about red meat. Oh, I don't eat red meat. I joked at the hospital, in the cafeteria. I was like, "Oh, there's filet mignon over there," He's like, "Oh, I don't eat red meat." And then he went and grabbed a sandwich with white bread and just walked away. And I looked in horror. And I was like, but here's
do.
for example.
They're trying to get it into the people's mindset that one thing is bad.
Yeah.
When it's not at all.
No, look at this. The first, okay, I skipped the vegan one, which was first. 12 healthy foods. Okay, first one. You would think it would be the highest to the lowest. Shellfish is fine, but right away, second, spinach. That's non-heme iron, and there's oxalates and stuff in there. Great. I'm super happy. Liver and organ meats.
Yeah.
I'm impressed. Actually, I'm impressed. But overall health line, I actually like them because at least when they claim things, look at all this. Look.
Oh, they're citing the studies.
Yeah. So I kind of always rely very often on them because at least they're citing it. And to be honest, I don't take much value in the observational studies, but there are studies where they just look at let's look at retinol and beta carotene. Those kind of studies, they're not observational. They're really let's look at how absorbable beta carotene is. Let's compare non-heme to heme. Those aren't associative studies. Those are just
see that a lot on Twitter when arguing, and you follow threads. They'll say, "Oh, proof. Give me the proof." And I'll say, "Well, where are you getting this information from?" They'll cite their links and stuff, and it's all plant-based propaganda crap.
Yeah,
obviously it's the proof. But if you post anything that defutes it, that's paid for by the meat industry.
Yeah.
They won't look at anything that doesn't come from their sources.
Meanwhile, the most their favorite one is
put that back. I was making me hungry.
And Institute of Nutrition and Dietetics. That's a favorite one, and they made a claim that veganism is healthy for all stages of life. From a mother that's growing the baby
JD,
to a baby.
Have you got any more headway with that? When you were asking, I can't remember who it was now. Was it Nad? About why they changed their stance?
Oh,
the problem is that the change in their stance is so damn hard to find And
but I think the
when
problem
they
is
made
the
those
people that
claims,
they'll have.
there was no citations to studies. It was
Well,
just a
wasn't the
claim.
person who came up with the veganism is the healthy option? Didn't she pass away? And she was vegan.
Yeah, she was one of the chief authors of that paper. She died recently at the age of 51.
That was kept quiet.
And
she was only like 51.
They won't disclose her cause of death. The rumor is that it was colon cancer, but I can't confirm that.
Oh God, I'm going to be stuffed in. I'm 52 this year.
But the whole point is you look at who funds them. They're acting like
this is what I'm saying.
It's Nestle, it's PepsiCo.
My concern is that when they responded to JD, they said that they had to put a panel together. Now, are those panels? Is it going to be a fair panel? Is it going to be mostly vegans, or is it going to be vegan and carnivore or omnivore?
What are you talking about? A panel? I didn't know about
Well,
this.
they're a seventh day.
They're trying to put a panel together to come up with their decision of what they're going to represent.
Yeah.
In relation to JD?
No. In relation to their, trying to come up with a position on veganism.
Okay.
Remember, they were the ones that said originally, I think going back to 2015 or 16, and then they would renew that paper. And right, this was the one that said, oh yeah, veganism is appropriate for all individuals in all stages of life. And then as soon as this one of the main authors died at 51, then all of a sudden that year they declined to renew the paper, and they won't explain why they won't renew it, other than there were some inconsistencies. They're not transparent about what those inconsistencies were, and they won't make a loud and clear announcement to the public that they no longer hold a position on the vegan diet anymore, even though, like I showed them, that there are doctors, MDs out there that are parading that position paper around like it's a current and relevant piece of work, and it's not. It's not even toilet paper has more value than that.
Wasn't one of the excuses why they haven't made a stance yet because they're trying to put a panel of specialists together to be able to come up with what they're going to represent?
Yeah, they are. Yes, that was one of their.
And that's what I'm saying. Is that panel going to be mostly vegans, mostly carnivore, or is it going to be balanced? I reckon it's going to be biased again.
Well, that organization is 7-day Adventist. So
well, there you go. There you go. We already know what their answer is going to be then.
Yeah. I think what they're doing right now is that they're just trying to, after the author of the previous paper died so young, so they're going to let, they want that dust to settle. And then when they feel like it's comfortable, there's probably a certain amount of liability that they're shouldering by coming out and saying stuff like that.
Yeah, they're going to be very careful with their wording.
Yeah.
Or they'll just get Dr. Gregor.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he's associated with them.
But that's if Blue Horizon Ventures are willing to let him go.
JD, I just want to show the funders and stuff like that from the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics.
Was it that mob we were talking about, JD? Is it the same mob?
Yes.
Of The Guardian.
Oh, wow. That's
we've
hilarious.
got a big ad in the way.
So there you go.
Group shaping U.S. nutrition receives millions from big food industry. Lovely. Oh, Nestle.
Yeah, but actually, they're funded by more than that.
Isn't Nestle trying to tie up a lot of the
Nestle, PepsiCo. There's much more.
Abbott Labs, I believe. Pharmaceutical industry.
Funders. I want to know your funders. Of course, like when you try and pop it up fast, you can't find it, but
it's always the way. Becomes elusive.
Yeah. But anyways, it is like PepsiCo grants, maybe here. No. I'll find it, guys. Well, anyways, we saw Nestle and stuff like that, but Academy Nutrition and Dietetics. These are awards. It's not going to show it.
You know, if they were being transparent, then that would actually be at the top. You know, when you search for something and they give you everything but what you're searching for.
Yeah. Academy of Nutrition Dietetics.
Might help
can I
if you
write?
spell academy correctly, Jason.
Eh?
Oh, who's spelling that? Is that you or JD?
Be quiet. Be quiet.
Sorry.
I'm still trying to redeem myself from frickin' February.
Christmas tree.
Shh.
At least your hair's not all grey.
The guy's like, he's not losing weight because of keto. He's just losing weight because he's a freaking poor bastard.
He's back in time. He's back in February.
Yeah. He just the guy has a Christmas tree. He thinks he's in February. He's just not eating anymore.
No, it's March.
His hair fell out. He had a beard. I think it's nutritional deficiencies. He lost his beard. All right.
You need
Anyways,
to get some of that beard oil, mate.
I'm gonna let you guys talk there, and I'm gonna go find this crap in the background.
Dennis, I'm going to be 55 this year.
It's just me and my.
Yeah,
Christmas
I knew you
tree.
were close to my age, but yeah.
Or you're
You got
close
less
to
grey hair
mine.
than me. Hey?
I
What
said,
was that?
well, you're close to my age.
Oh, yeah. A little bit of catching up to do.
But you've still got most of your hair. That's nice.
No, sometimes it comes off. It gets quite warm, even though Tassie's a lot like the UK as far as weather's concerned. But we've got a lot higher UV down here. So it's very easy to get burnt. So you very rarely see me outside without my hat on.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to be out digging posts at the moment, but I can't be bothered.
You're supposed to be doing what?
Digging posts in.
Digging posts. Yeah, I've got some of that to do.
I've got 3 meter posts to put in to make a fowl pen to put the peacocks in.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I've only got 18 posts to put in.
These are wooden posts?
Yeah, treated wooden pine.
Okay.
So, yeah, you got to put them in
you
600.
use one of these post hole diggers like this? Where you
Yeah, that's what I mean. And the ground's all rocky, so I've got to use a post bar.
Oh, yeah. That's a lot of
big
hard
pry
work.
bar. Yeah.
That's a good exercise right
Keen on
there.
doing that. Too much exercise.
Do you ever use T-posts?
T-posts, or do you mean star pickets?
Yeah, I'm not. It may be the same thing. Let me pull it up. I'll show you what I'm talking about.
Yeah, some people here call them droppers as well.
Probably.
They're like a 3-sided post.
Yeah. Like a
Yeah,
trunk.
and they got holes down one side of them. Usually just call them star
Well, yeah,
pickets.
some of them have holes. The ones that we use have like tongues sticking out on one side.
Or like notches type of thing.
I'll show you the ones that we use quickly.
Yeah, I'll present another one, even though I didn't find the one that obviously I had before. After.
Oh yeah, that's different from what we use.
Yeah, this you drive it
up to there,
up to here, and then this is kind of a hook, kind of an anchor to hold it in.
Oh yeah, and does the mesh just hook onto those little nodules?
Yeah, the fence it'll kind of help keep the fence up.
Hang on, are we back, sir?
What's that?
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
It's problems.
Sorry about that. Yeah, we use star picket, and they've got a hole in them, and then you put your mesh up to it, and then we use bloody camera.
Oh, yeah.
We use something like that. It goes through, and then you bend
Yeah,
that
you
piece
bend
back
those
over.
around.
Yeah,
We
you're
have some
supposed to
stuff
loop it
like
over.
that too. Yeah.
I was originally showed to go around twice, but another farmer showed me you only go around once, just enough to hold the mesh, because then if your livestock push against the mesh, it unclips. It just bends the clip and doesn't hurt your fence. You can put your fence back up and they don't damage it.
Ah, so it's like a breakaway.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. And a lot of the times you can just reuse the clip again.
Is this the kind that you use right here with the holes?
No.
Oh, okay.
They're actually called a star picket or a dropper. You might have to look on an Australian website. They made Waratah is one of the brands that makes them. And they can come either, they've got some sort of tar finish on them or a galvanizing. Galvanized are obviously more expensive.
So they're either coated in some kind of tar,
yeah,
or they're galvanized.
Yeah.
Is it like creosote?
No, I think they've stopped using creosote in a lot of places now.
Yeah. Well, here, I think they still use it on wooden telephone poles, but not.
Oh, yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. I think a lot of the telephone poles here now they're changing them to concrete or steel.
Mm.
We were actually trying to get hold of some of the old wooden ones when they're replacing them, because the power companies here, when they pull them out, they're not allowed to burn them because of all the chemicals that are in them. I think arsenic is another thing that they often use as well. Probably that might be an Australian thing. And then, we were going to use those to make the fowl pen. But then we had the problem of not so much digging, because I got a backhoe on my tractor, is lifting them up into the hole is a problem in getting them straight.
Yeah.
What have you found, Jason? Who funds
Yeah,
Academy?
no, I found a little bit, but I'm trying to find here. JD, do you want to share?
I already did.
So is
You're
that
up.
popped up?
You're up. Yeah.
It says how reliable is the Academy's advice on diet and nutrition? The Academy has been repeatedly criticized for its close ties to ultra-processed food companies, including Coca-Cola, PepsiCo, General Mills, and Kraft. A 2022 study published in Public Health Nutrition, co-authored by public health scholars and the U.S. Right to Know, found that the Academy has a symbiotic relationship with multinational food, pharmaceutical, and agribusiness corporations.
That does not
that
surprise me in
it
the least.
acts as a pro-industry voice with policy positions that sometimes clash with its mission to improve health globally. So this is the institution that claimed that veganism is great.
No,
it's good for everyone.
So we're going back to the food stuff and where it ties into this. I used to help some farmers out where we were to drill.
Sorry
spray,
to
and
cut
crop.
you off. Here's the money, guys.
Yeah.
The Academy's taught.
And it's this mob, they're controlling how the crops are grown.
Oh, I'm sure.
Basically, what it comes down to. There might
Monsanto.
be the farmers probably dealing with an intermediary business, which actually keeps the farmers to the contracts. But I was talking to the fella out the back here. He grows canola, poppies. I'm trying to think what else he grows, all under contract. And he was showing me his paperwork and the photos. He has to show evidence of what they do to prepare the soil. what fertilizers they put down, what quantities. When they drill it, when they spray it, all the sprays, they have to show the quantities with photographic evidence of the quantities used. And if they don't keep to it, contracts just get ripped up.
Yeah, that happens here with the soybean and corn farmer.
And it's all controlled. It's not the farmers themselves; they're being controlled.
Yeah.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, they've also got to buy certain types of equipment to keep up with the technology, and they basically almost go bankrupt to buy the stuff. So then they have to keep to their contracts to be able to get paid to make these payments.
Yeah, it's a type
they're
of
kept under control.
servitude.
So these vegans jumping up and down and the activists jumping up and down saying, "Oh, it's the farmers, the farmers, the farmers." No, you're blaming the wrong people. You need to be lobbying the ultra food processors who are controlling the farmers and dictating how they farm and what pesticides they use, what fertilizers they use. That's where it all starts from.
That's absolutely correct.
I'm not a farmer, but it seems to me that if you have a monocropping that's happening, right? And then you have livestock industry that's over here. Why aren't you using the poo from over there to put
They're not
into
allowed
the
to.
soil?
They're not allowed to. Under contract,
No, I know.
they have
Screw
to
the
keep-
contracts. What I'm saying is
they can't even put the
if
livestock on those
we didn't
crops.
have like bureaucracy, wouldn't that make sense, right? You got
Yeah.
poo over there and you send the poo because they're sending the freaking soy and whatever else kind of grain over there that's not even supposed to be there. And they're making money by feeding the cows crap.
Okay, the
And
reason
then-
that's happening, Jason, is because people's minds are malleable, and they brainwash these farmers into thinking within a certain paradigm, and they see everyone around them doing the same thing, and they end up like Dennis said, they think the only way to make any money as a farmer is to go on contract with one of these large corporations. The corporations dictate to the farmers that they're not allowed to use the manure. And so it's the corporations that are setting this. At the end of the day, yes, all those farmers could just go regenerative. You know, what they should do is they should start getting into livestock, get out of the crops and start rebuilding the soil with rotational ruminant grazing systems. Is what I think
what the farmer at the back is doing. He's cropping as well as doing animals, and he's not allowed to put the animals on any of those crops that are designated for cropping.
Crops. Yeah,
He's not
did you
allowed
hear
to.
that, Jason? So instead of letting the animal deliver that fertilizer for free with no other emissions other than natural ruminant emissions, then all of this phosphorus mining, potassium mining, synthetic nitrogen made from methane, and with all the methane emissions, and then having to transport that, from one. And at the end of the day, it's profits and control. They want those profits.
That's right.
And they want the control.
And all they're doing at the end of the day is creating a bunch of rubbish. It's just poisoning everybody, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, you know, here we've had Bayer Pharmaceuticals bought up Monsanto.
That's right. Yeah, I remember that. That was a couple of years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah. They had congressional hearings and everything. It was like the marriage, the corporate marriage made in hell, and it is. I mean, we're starting to see the fruits of that relationship now. That marriage, you know, you've got Bayer, which is in, they're in the. You look at all of the different kinds of cancer that glyphosate or Roundup, the Monsanto pesticide, the one that they genetically modify their seeds so that they are glyphosate resistant, and then rather than having to spray conservatively, and just hit the weeds. Now they've got a soybean plant that's resistant, so they can just drench the whole field in this poison, and then that ends up in the final product, the final retail product on the shelf. And so they've tested all of these cereals and all of these pastas. They all have high levels of glyphosate, which is a carcinogen. It causes a specific list of different kinds of cancers. And then you look at the new parent company, Bayer, and they're starting to specialize in all of the, the oncology drugs, the cancer drugs that are designed to treat the cancers that their pesticides cause.
That's exactly. And they're doing the same with corn too.
And doing the same with corn, yes. It's crazy.
Oh, it is absolutely crazy.
This study that I have up here, Jason, this you should be interested in. This is not just an article. This is the study that the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics is upset about, because they actually scientifically proved that they've been captured by all of these corporate entities. So I'm going to post that in the chat and in the private chat as well. If you want to grab that up, Jason, that'll be of use to you.
I keep going to scroll the screen, but I can't.
You screenshot that.
Here, I'll pull it. Yeah.
Wait, don't move. Bring it.
Yeah, I was trying to. I'd already gone to the bottom of that. I tried to scroll it myself. It wasn't working.
I am keeping that shit.
Okay, where are you at, Jason?
I'm here.
I mean, where are you at on the page?
Oh no, you can. Yeah, continue. You can do
okay.
It. I snapped it.
The involvement of unhealthy commodity corporations in health policy and research has been identified as an important commercial determinant, contributing to the rise of non-communicable diseases. In the USA, health professional associations have been subject to corporate influence. This study explores the interactions between corporations and the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics and their implications for the profession in the USA and globally. Now, this is just straight up hard science and research, results. And if you were to tell a vegan about this, they would call you a conspiracy theorist. If you say anything that's against their propaganda, you're a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, they're calling you that big time now.
Yeah,
I've seen it a few times.
Yeah, they've decided that's a good way to smear me.
But on Twitter, not on E.
I got maybe like another 20 minutes to go before I log off. But hey, JD, after do you want to listen a little bit to these people? I'm curious what.
Yeah, hold on. I'll pull it up.
Yeah. Your handle name is Diamond?
Demon.
Damon? Okay.
As in Van Diemen's Land?
As in what?
Van Diemen's Land? That's what Tasmania used to be called.
Okay.
Ah.
I can't even pronounce the bloody Aboriginal name. Latrian, what is it? I've got to have a look at it myself to be able to pronounce it.
Had less volume and me talking.
Bet a lot of money that he was coached into not answering the question. Like, I would Garland denial. Garland.
So she's accusing me of having been coached not answer the question because she believes that a farmer would be too stupid to know better
than someone else. He would have been willing. I think personally, I would bet a lot of money that he was coached into not answering the question. Like, I think either Andrew or Jim Bob knew where the line of questioning was going down and then knew that he wouldn't be able to defend it. So they coached him because he was saying words like that were coming out of Jim Bob's mouth. Like when later on to Avi, he was like, it's arbitrary. It's like, I don't even think you know what arbitrary means. So I don't know, you know, so I think
JD, you don't know what arbitrary means.
Yeah, I don't even know what arbitrary. I mean, this is how sophisticated she is that she can determine when someone does whose vocabulary is so limited that they can't even use a word like, to her, arbitrary must be a very big word, right? If she thinks it's that sophisticated in that high society, or maybe only people who are professional debaters would ever know what that word means.
I don't know
what sort of debating she does.
Him and I, who would have gone, yeah, hypocrites, obviously. But I think there was some discussion about not, because Andrew even said as much, like, like twice.
Yeah, and hold on, I'm going to move my mic a little closer. I think people are saying they can't quite hear me.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think the Dunning Kruger, it's good that you talked about that, because I was also going to bring that up. And also with the coaching. So, like, you know, later on in the debate, is Andrew is the moderator? That's the moderator?
Yeah, apparently.
Andrew. Yeah, the moderator, right? Yeah. Okay, so he's like, I predicted this. I knew
he hasn't got the strength to use his voice.
Into like asking these like extra questions about the prompt.
He's very soft. He hasn't even got strength to use his voice.
Like that's
there's
what it was.
High tone to it. So, he's in the soy range.
Yeah. I would call him a soy boy, but I don't know his pronouns.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't want to give him a compliment. Let's just say that he might be like, "Oh, it shows."
Like you said, Garland Farms would have come in and not even like thought any. He would have just been like, "Yeah, hypocrisy, sure, whatever." But like Andrew engineered that into it, and then it was like, "Aha,
I knew it." It's like, fuck off, mate.
It's like, because you coached him and told him that was going to happen.
Yeah.
You know?
JD,
So,
you
like,
said
he
from the
knew
start,
that they were going to do that.
the first time he said,
Sorry, Jason.
so what you're basically saying is this is an argument to an appeal to hypocrisy, and JD didn't deny it. He just said, you can think whatever you want. That's the proposition, and that's what I'm sticking to. You can go wherever you want, buddy. So
if they had actually
if
been
they
listening...
wanted but if they wanted to have a conversation, they would have said, okay, well, since you're not acknowledging the hypocrisy, we're going to assume, and they could have just did their thing. Well, if you assume, but they didn't, and he was direct, and he then went further and said, well, you know what, it's not, if I have to make a statement, it's not about hypocrisy, it's truly about ignorance. So he made a statement. So that was,
they weren't even listening. If they had have actually listened to what was being said by JD and Jim Bob, they actually got their answer.
Yeah.
Their whole plan was to derail the conversation.
Yeah. See, when I told them that it's not hypocrisy, it's ignorance, they would not take that as an answer.
No.
They would not take one step forward until I called them hypocrites. That was their game plan. Until they can convince me to call them a hypocrite, they are not going to move forward with this debate, because they can't win it unless I'm calling them a hypocrite in their mind, in their little shrunken vegan mind.
Yeah, they planned that right from the beginning. They had planned that when they actually agreed to the proposition week and a half ahead of time. They knew what they were doing.
There was a bunch of non-vegans. Okay, when I spoke to JD before you went into this, I said, JD, this is a really sucky situation. I said, you're not even a grain-fed farmer. You're regenerative. So you yourself are against the grain-fed, and you have to basically defend that. And I said, you're at a serious disadvantage. And when I started watching that with Jeffrey and Ali, and I was like, he just blew me out of the water. And I know that there's a lot of non-vegans that were looking, going, Oh, because what I would say before I learned this from JD was always like, well, they're not supposed to be eating grains, soy, corn, and wheat, all that
No.
crap. They're not supposed to.
Where would
That
they
was
actually
my
find that in
argument.
nature?
Yeah, but JD took it one step further and said, yeah, it's true. But even within this screwed up paradigm that we're doing with the animals, they're hardly not none of those grains are being wasted on them. They're all for oil almost. And we can fight about percentages of the remainder, but the vast majority of soybeans are being produced to suck the oil out and to make money on the refuse.
Yeah, when you look at it that way, the percentages don't even matter.
That's correct. It's like the pecan analogy. Remember, it was the shell is often 60% of the weight of the pecan.
Yeah, but they
And
couldn't even concede to that.
yeah, that was the first couple. They wouldn't. They were acting like, well, I don't get it, but let's continue.
Get it.
I think that
It's
was just like
just
one thing
more
where I
to
was like, this is so
Yeah.
dumb. Like, what are these guys doing?
I know.
The other thing too is, and again, I don't know that much about the guys' politics and things. I assume they're right leaning. I assume they kind of seem like libertarian to me.
I think so. Yeah. Like,
and I think the thing that was funny to me about him
Why does that
bringing this
matter?
other person on is that, like, I think a thing commonly now is like to make fun of safe spaces, to, you know, not give people too much comfort, to kind of let them find their own way, feet to the fire, all that sort of thing. And it's so clear
They make shit way too personal.
Yeah. Well, what he's going to do here is he's going to say, you know, these guys are libertarian and they believe in, you know, like holding people's feet to the fire. Why didn't they just let Garland fail on his own accord rather than coaching him and saving him? Why didn't they let him learn from his own experiences if this is their philosophy?
Actually, I think it's more to do with them just discrediting the other side.
You mean what they're doing right now?
If they discredit the other side, then whoever's watching the debate is just going to go, well, they don't know what they're talking about. I'm not going to listen to them. So then that puts you in the bad light straight away.
Well, yeah. That's what they're hoping. That's what they're hoping for sure.
Unfortunately, it doesn't work. Or I should say, fortunately, it doesn't work. Not unfortunately.
Right.
Well, like what I see is like all of a sudden, the minute I heard like personal space, I was like, my bucket
how I felt watching that.
Having Dennis and you
look at the facts.
hugging inside the safe space. Just Dennis, this is you. This is you.
Big pussy.
Oh God, Dennis.
Don't talk to me about bloody cats. We just got another one.
That's it. Get out of here. Yeah.
We've got 4 cats here at the moment.
Yeah, I've got more than that here. They pour up and then they multiply.
He literally said safe space. Jeez, that's so
Safe
like
space.
left wokeist.
They just make shit way too personal.
Well, it's totally like we're talking about like TikTok wokeness. I mean, this is too much.
If you
like,
watch,
that's what we're doing wrong.
TikTok, you have like at least 30 seconds at a time, but this
I
is
don't
like
even think I have a bloody TikTok. What's a TikTok?
me neither.
That's a clock,
Me
isn't
neither.
it?
But I see people on YouTube that laugh at the TikTok people, and I get influenced.
this little
We're
this
doing it
little
wrong.
this thing that they're doing here is actually, if you watch it and pay close attention, it's very well thought out propaganda. They're actually they're not taking things personal. They are trying to appeal to their left-wing audience, to their liberal, safe space loving audience. And that's who they're trying to appeal to, because that's the kind of person that becomes a vegan activist or
Appealing to their
vegan
feelings.
activists. So,
Appealing to the feelings is what you're saying, is it, JD?
yeah, they're appealing to people's emotions and people's political position.
Didn't let happen to Garland Farms. Like, as you said, like there was definitely
Facts
some
don't
Dunning
matter
Kruger,
when
like,
you're
he didn't
talking
really
about
know what he was
feelings.
getting into. But I mean, if that's the case, then like let him fail, let him have that experience, fail, learn from it, and say, okay, there was some stuff I didn't know. Let's come back for a second debate. Like, that's fine. That's totally fine for two debate partners. It's fine to like get blown out in a debate, realize what you did wrong, and come back.
So they're trying to paint it as that I was the ignorant one coming into the debate, if they would have, and Andrew didn't coach me at all, and the other guy, what was his name, Jim Bob, I didn't even know he was going to be there, so I had never even talked to him.
The minute he popped on, I was like, "What? Why is that happening?" you could have look. The minute that they said after the proposition, you were like, you shut it down. It's not going to happen. Don't play games. Boom. And
yeah, they just
like I said, nothing against Jim Bob. I mean, the guy was invited. So what the hell does that guy know? And Andrew, well, I don't know. I think Andrew had the best intentions, but
Yes,
you didn't need anybody. It's nice of him to do that, but in my opinion, if I want to be a real prick about it, it's like, dude, you criticized Ali for showing up. You literally like castrated a little bit. Jeffrey.
It's not exactly the same because it was a 2-against-1 scenario that he was evening out the numbers. So it's not taking a 1-against-1 and turning it into a 2-against-1.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's a 2-against-1 and he's turning it into a 2-against-2. Let's continue.
Like he didn't even ask you.
There's nothing like that's just totally normal, and it's very much the whole like feet to the fire, learn from your mistakes.
Yeah, we've all been there where we think we can debate and then we have no idea. It's scary, but it has to be done.
Yeah, I mean, it's never happened to
me.
Is
this the video from her Twitter feed?
Happened to me many a time. I'm like,
from her YouTube channel.
Yeah, exactly. Like you come in and you're like, oh, yeah, well, I'm out of my depth.
It might have been linked from her YouTube. It might be the same video.
I don't know why they didn't just let him learn that lesson on his own.
He's so anti-vegan.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It felt like a super, super safe space, like super defensive measures. And even like the thing of like the moderator bringing someone in, not only as a surprise, but also coaching one of the debaters. Like this is
worked against
the least objective moderator I've ever heard of. This is insane.
And
this isn't a debate channel.
This is what really pissed me off about being so tired, because had I have been more sharp and aware, because as soon as I woke up the next day, I was like, hang on, because they accused us of being slippery and saying that we had all these tactics. And it was mainly the fact that they got so caught up on the apparent inability of us and sneakiness of not clarifying a question.
I'm sorry, love, but you don't know what time it is.
What I should have done was go, okay, if you can't move on from the fact that you're upset that we didn't clarify something you wanted clarified before the debate, I would like you to remove the person who didn't ask to be in here
in the fucking morning.
What's that?
I said, come and do some farming, love, where you're harvesting potatoes at 2 o'clock in the fucking morning. You don't know what tie it is, love.
Debate. And I think if we had requested Jim Bomb leave based upon that, the pre-sup bullshit, the burden of proof switching would have, been not as present, and Garland would have probably cracked and just admitted what it's actually about.
Yeah.
So I'm really annoyed that I was just so tired that I couldn't see. There was clear, like, hang on,
she's making excuses for her own intellectual shortcomings.
Yeah.
How did you lose against a farmer?
Doesn't know what tide. Even my wife starts work on a Wednesday morning at 3 a.m. to deliver vegetables. She's asleep now because it was a long day. Just girl know they're just annoyed of absolute crap out of me. They really do. I'm trying not to swear because we're on air, but
ironically, hypocritical to be like, oh, I can't believe you didn't sort this out before the debate. It's like, oh, by the way, during the debate, we're going to put someone on and we're going to put you in a position where you can't say no, otherwise you're going to look like a coward. Like, that's so slippery. Like,
so this is my main critique of you. It's it's sort of the thing you just said. So
he's going to critique her now.
Hey, GD.
Yeah.
What the hell is that?
There it is, my pot roast.
What is that in there? Popcorn?
No, it's
Soy.
blade roast, but it's a small little
Soy
guy.
roast. Ew.
Shut up. Shut up, guys. Stop laughing at me. I continue. I'll eat my stupid little blade roast.
Good job, Jason. Good job.
I'm going to have a better look at that.
That was what I was waiting for, guys.
Good job.
The soy roast. Ew.
Whenever they said, "Can Jim Bob come on?" This is, I think, probably the strongest critique I have of the whole thing. When he put Jim Bob up on the screen, is like, "Could Jim Bob come on?" You guys should have said no.
I know. I regret. I agree.
Like, I think you just. I was going to actually mind read as to why.
Oh.
I thought you did that, but you just said it yourself.
That's why I
and it was
knew
because
what,
you thought it looked like a weak move to not let him on. But I actually think the opposite is true. I think letting him on was the weak move, and the strong move would have been to respect your boundaries. So from any perspective you look at it, just two people.
Why were they acting like this was like? I understand it's a debate, but
sorry, farm life is going on here at the moment.
You have a goose fight?
It's kind of like
at the cow up at the back gate. We've got two Maremas. One's a pup still, and she's sort of every time the cow comes up, she's at it.
Yeah. Not grown up yet.
It's just weird with this debate. Like they're fine tuning and every little movement, instead of being like, hey, this like farmer guy wants to come on with a proposition, and he's gonna state a bunch of facts. So let him state those facts and then say like, yeah, those facts aren't true. That's basically what I was expecting. Not like, oh, I'm going to do this professional debater spinning around talking about like gas. Oh, it's gaslighting. Oh, it's no. It's like just let him talk and then say like, I don't believe that. That would have been good. But they tried.
You're not on Twitter, Joe.
They tried to do this like technical debater kind of like moves at the start.
This is a continuing theme with arguing with vegans on Twitter, and it just goes round and round and round in circles.
It's the same dialogue tree every time.
Yeah. I honestly think they have some sort of access to some website somewhere where they get all their information from. And it's got a list of what they can and can't say.
Yeah, in fact, I think that it's a Discord server is what they were saying.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, where I think that guy, Dr.
Oh, yes.
Gregor. Dr. Gregor?
Dr. Abby. Dr. Abby and Synth. The guys that I was arguing with at the end of the debate about calories or soybeans, gorilla secums.
The thing is that the information that they keep coming out with and citing and the websites that they post as factual information, always all the same. They've got to be sharing information. Sorry, JD?
No, you're right. I'm just agreeing with you. It's always the exact same stuff, same words, same references. It's like they're all a bunch of little robot minions, little carbon copies of each other.
That's it.
From the debate perspective, like this is an invalid move for debates, and even from a business perspective, right? Like you and Andrew are both running a business here, right? You're making money off this. You had a business agreement about how this was going to go. You had a meeting set up, and it had very strict parameters. Again, like I said, I've told people before, I work in the corporate world. If someone pulled whatever the analogous thing like that would be in the corporate world and just like sprung something on you last minute, like that would be a no-go. That would not be like something that we would tolerate.
So he's trying to paint this as not a debate between a farmer and a couple of vegan influencers, but now it's a business deal between the vegan influencers and the debate.
So did they make money off it?
Yeah, I'm sure they're getting paid to push veganism. These are professional influencers.
Actually, if they would be getting, even doing these videos like they're doing now after the debate, their views and that, don't they get a certain amount of money from YouTube?
Well, I think that's the least of the money they're getting. I think they're actually straight. They're getting. They've got sponsors.
So it's actually worth their while to try and keep it going to get more views.
Well, yeah, definitely trying to get more views, and they also want to. Right now, what they're trying to do is they're trying to patch the damage that was done during that spectacle that they made of themselves,
and to paint you in a bad light.
Yes, this is a political Band-Aid.
Yeah, political Band-Aid. That's about right.
And so, like, I think that, and I hope this isn't coming off as too harsh, because I know you were tired. And even in the moment, when he was doing it in the moment, I was like,
it's out of nowhere.
I was like, Ellie, say no. I was like, please say no, Ellie. Please say no. You didn't. I was like, But
I regret that immediately.
I think you could have reframed it in a way that also just made them look weak, because I think it really was weak on their part, right? You could have just been like, look, we agreed to this. We're all adults. We're all consenting adults. We all said this is what we're going to do. He's a big boy. Garland Farms is a big boy. He agreed.
That's what he says every weekend. Consenting adult.
That's what she said moment.
Yeah.
And even regardless of whether or not you think it's fair, because you could even been like, look, I think that we have a big advantage, not only because I think our position is stronger, but yeah, there's two of us. And that's fine, because that's what he agreed to. So even if this is more fair, I'm not going to agree to it in the moment, because you're crossing a boundary. We had an agreement. You know what I mean? We can do this later. We can come back later and have 2-on-2 or whatever you want, blah, blah, blah. And just stuck the landing, because it would have made
Did
their
he say
request.
2-on-2?
Yeah, he said if you want to do 2-on-2, we can do that later, but we already agreed to 2 against 1. We want 2 against 1 today.
I just wanted to make sure.
Rather than your denial of the request looking weak, because to me that's the reality of the situation of what was the weak or the cowardly position there. But so that's my strongest critique for you.
It's my mistake. I'm on this trajectory, and this won't stop me from doing it. But where I'm trying to be fair to people.
Yeah.
Throwing these little words in there to make themselves look, we're the honest ones. We're the ones telling the truth. You might be telling the truth from the perspective of what the stuff that they're reading and they're learning, but it's where they're getting that information from that's not honest, and it's painting farmers, especially, in a bad light.
Yeah, all farmers.
Fucking food comes from, for crying out loud.
Yeah, it's bizarre. It's really bizarre. It's like imagine if we required an oxygen factory, and without the oxygen factory workers, we'd all die. But the biggest problem is those damn oxygen factory workers. We need to ban oxygen factories.
That's why I keep saying they're arguing with the wrong people. They shouldn't be arguing with farmers. They should be asking it to people that's making their ultra processed food.
Well, it's like I told Jason, is that I think your average vegan is not an activist. Your average vegan is someone who you can actually reason with.
Yeah.
But it's these professional influencers that are actually in the hip pocket of different corporate entities, and they've got they're being
who Earthling Ed's paid by.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Ed Winters. Sorry, Edward Gaunt.
Yeah, he's being I know that he's being paid by the pesticide industry, the neonicotinoid pesticides, among others.
That's what Blue Horizons developed.
Yeah,
they do pharmaceuticals too, don't they?
I'm not sure, but I haven't actually. I can't confirm that, but I would bet on it. I would certainly bet on it.
Yeah, let's fund all the plant-based foods, and then when everyone's sick, we'll sell them the pharmaceuticals too.
Yeah, exactly.
Double dipping.
Yeah, making money on the way in and on the way out, from cradle to grave.
That's the one.
Because I thought, you know what, you actually probably should have a debate partner. I thought it was a mistake for him not to have one. So I thought, so I was trying to be fair. But if I'd known that it's ironic. They thought we were going to be slippery, so they decided to be slippery instead. But actually, we were being fair, and that was to our detriment, because then they decided to get slippery. But I really do wish I'd just seen in the moment. I'd be like, hang on, if you're not happy with things being sorted out before the debate, Jim can go now. Like I should have. I'm like, I looked back and I was like, why can you not see they're playing this like manipulation game so hard right now? And usually you're quite good at seeing it. But I was just like,
projecting.
Yeah, I didn't see you manipulate.
Meanwhile, she did after this. Sorry, I'm eating. It was about 2 to 3 a.m. where she was when you guys finished.
Yeah, she's in the UK, isn't she?
Yeah, and she did a 3-hour live stream after. So if it was,
well, she was posting on Twitter as well.
It was 2 or 3. She did a live stream right after for another 3 hours. So that means she continued till 6 or 7 in the
that'll
morning.
be what she posted on Twitter, because she posted it on her status.
Well,
that's why during, I think it was one of the other lives that JD did when you were talking about the debate.
Imagine.
I posted in the chat, but it didn't come up, obviously. But here she is. She's bitching on Twitter as well.
Oh, I'm sure. It's just funny. She's like, "Oh my goodness, I was exhausted and too tired." It's like, yeah, right. You did 3 more hours.
Come and lift a couple of potatoes, love. You don't know what fucking tired is.
Yeah. How else is she going to explain to her followers how she got owned by a dumb farmer?
To me, it just says she wasn't able to sleep. She was so like upset about it that she had to start live streaming.
You know what? I don't think I've ever actually met a dumb farmer.
Well, yeah. On average, they're from my experience, they're in their not only are they usually intelligent, but they're also very skilled.
I'm sure I've known a few that have difficulties of reading and writing, but that's because they were working on the farm and not going to school. They have more life experience.
Yeah, it's not that they're low intelligence. It's just that they were uneducated. As far as
we know, education doesn't make people smart.
No, some of the most educated people are educated in the wrong. Like these people are educated in safe spaces. That doesn't make you intelligent.
How you feel when you watch a video?
Yeah. How did you feel in your body? How did you feel? Oh my Lord!
God, I don't even want to entertain that. I was just thinking, could you imagine how we'd be feeling if he was watching porn?
Yeah.
Thank you. Get the forks out.
It was like this is what I'm saying. So like, I don't want to come across as too harsh because I don't know these people, And the other thing too is that I don't know. Whenever you're doing a YouTube channel, there's always like some sort of like pizzazz and like provocateur. Sort of, just I guess sort of like dramatics that you want to bring to the table sometimes. Mm-hmm. But the impression that I get from the best way to describe it is just like juvenile and immature.
Yeah.
And I mean that in the sense that like they're reacting in ways that I would expect like a middle schooler or like an early high school guy to react.
No, do you remember whenever Nick, the Nutrivore, just kept going on and on and on and on, and I started doing this right here.
Mm.
He's about to start mimicking me doing that.
Yeah.
Calling me, and I was just, I was so fed up with it. I was like, "Would you please shut up and let's get on with this debate?"
Yeah.
React to things, and I'm not even joking about that. Like, this is the thing is like, again, I feel like I have such a weird maybe outlook on this because I haven't been in the YouTube game that long. Like I said, I just like work in the corporate world, and all of their like the way they're reacting to things is like ludicrous.
Well, that explains a lot.
You would immediately be in like somewhere to be like talked to, like, hey, like the way you're talking to people is not, like this is not appropriate. It's not going to work. It's like totally not good for the business. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's so weird to see adults, and I'm guessing these guys are like somewhere between like 30 and 50, especially like they're not even in their 20s.
No.
Like
I can get away with it. I was the youngest one there.
Yeah, exactly.
So I can call people cunts.
There you go. So yeah, I don't know. I guess the whole thing was a really like astounding to me to watch. Like, I think whatever consideration I had of like, oh, maybe I'll go in the Crucible someday.
14-year-old daughter knows more than you.
Yeah. It was very childish and immature of me to do this, but it makes perfect sense for him to say, so how did you feel in your body whenever you were doing the debate? That's mature.
And like do some sort of debate was just totally destroyed there. Like it just felt like a total joke to me. Completely this is completely absent the like whether or not he was answering the hypocrisy thing, just like completely beside the point. Besides that,
to doctor something beforehand, you shouldn't be a moderator. I'm sorry. Like
bringing someone in alone, regardless of who brought them in, is totally like not a valid move. But then the fact that it was the moderator, and then the moderator is like arguing with you two, it just
and then he was like, oh, personally, like I knew it was going to happen because
moderator was
because he called you out and you
was like, you don't what the hell?
Stupid. You know what I mean? Oh, and
What'd
then
you
the
say?
moderator, it's like, yeah, moderator's there like, you guys don't even have a position. You guys don't know what the proposition, like, ridiculous.
Yeah, he was just calling a spade a spade.
That's it. He called them out in their shit.
Yeah. And they're, how dare he call us out on our shit?
There you go, using my words now, Jada. It's just so childish.
Like I've come here to moderate, and then like them trying, like I don't know, afterwards, like to be like, oh, you stay on a bit longer, like I'm sure you enjoy it. I was like, you're playing a game with me right now. Why the fuck would I stay on? You just want to like bully me now. Like that's literally what you want to do.
Giving you an opportunity to talk.
Just amazing.
It was. That's what I was saying. Like it was like really astounding for me to see. And again, like the other thing is, maybe this is a little ageist or whatever, but whatever. Like I've seen like streamers who are like whatever, like late teens in their 20s getting into stuff like that, and it's like, yeah, I remember back then I was a little younger. I was kind of like would fly off the handle and stuff. But like I said, just like the fact that these are all like very much adults, by chronological age.
I know.
like watching them act.
Yeah, when you're an adult, you're supposed to sit there and quietly allow misanthropic vegans lie to people and calmly allow them to instill eating disorders and harm people's health and promote the pharmaceutical industry and corruption. You should never show any passion as an adult. You should just calmly sit back, bend over, and grab your ankles and let them do their business. Calmly take it.
That's why they have such a problem with people like that are standing up for it, because we're calling them out in their hypocrisy.
Correct.
And I don't like it.
No, they can't stand it. They can't stand it. You can see it on their face right here in this this freeze frame, that they're both just, they're going to need to take an antacid after this because they're
a soy antacid.
A soy antacid.
Like this, I was just like, this is absolutely insane to me. And that's the other thing where, like, to me, they came across really weak because they were so in their feels. It was crazy to me. Like, they didn't even let the debate get anywhere, and they were like just so upset by everything. It's like I don't. Yeah, so I don't know. I felt the whole thing gave me a really gross feeling. Even like the thing that was so transparent to me. Sorry, I feel like I'm just like going off.
You're mad. You're venting. It's fine. I feel you.
Like I don't know if you've ever,
I tell you what, girl.
if you ever like talk to like a younger guy and maybe he's not so like great with like women or whatever, and like people will be like, oh, just be confident, you know. And they'll try to like tell him, and some people like, oh, you gotta act dominant, you gotta act aggressive, you gotta like whatever, right? And then he'll go up and try to talk to someone and like be dominant and be aggressive. And it's like so obviously like a transparent, just like fakery. You know what I mean? It's not the real deal. It's just like a facsimile of confidence.
What the fuck is he talking about?
That's just like
I think that he's talking about me. He's trying to paint me as like being fake. Yeah, that I was trying like I'm not really an alpha male. I'm a beta, and I was pretending to be an alpha.
What Garland Farms did that so many times, these like flaccid assertions of dominance, where he was like, no, Elle, you're going to answer my question now, and you're going to do this. And it was so cringy because like he did not own it at all. It was like, this guy is not dominant. No one in his life listens to him when he talks to them and tells them to do things. And like, this is him like grasping at like.
Can you imagine this guy came to my ranch, how I would be bossing his ass around?
Can you imagine any of these people? Name one of these people, Zetetic, Patrick, these people, anyway, any of them that have children. Almost none of them have children. They don't live in the real world.
But not very many vegans have children, have they?
Well, they're usually anti-natalists and misanthropic.
They're all single. I mean, obviously.
No one can put up with this shit.
Yeah, they've been kicked to the curb so many times.
Like, yeah, I don't know, man. It was just
like when he tried to give me advice.
Part to me, like I actually felt bad for him in a way. I was like, oh God, like my dude, don't just like stop trying.
It gave me such satisfaction when he tried to give me advice at the end, and I was like, well, you know what? Considering you couldn't answer the first question, I cut him off and like left halfway through his advice. So I was like, oh, thank God, I at least got that.
No, you
but yeah, the burden of proof switching was so.
You at least got that. She at least got that.
She raged quit because she didn't get her way.
That's correct.
Right then.
What are you saying, Jason? You're too busy eating your soy.
And a lot of people had critiques about like the fact that we wouldn't come off like the argument. And to be fair, there were a few times where I was actually like, look, let's just assume that's what you're saying. But like, I'm glad that we actually didn't, because like people don't seem to understand. Like, I mean, like. From a couple of days ago, I uploaded a debate that I had with somebody on my Salads channel, and what I usually have is very different from like a debate on a debate panel. When you're on a debate panel, my motivation is to show that my opponent is ineffective. That's it. Like what?
Is that on OnlyFans? That's the only type of debating she does. That's a fan.
So the priority is not to share the information efficiently, clearly, and then after to debate it. It's, can I pull a technicality and try and say, oh, you're not allowed saying this?
Yeah, I'm going to prove that you're ineffective.
Yeah, and then they'll highlight how they proved you wrong.
When I'm having a debate with somebody on my channel and they're just coming into a Zoom call, I'm trying to either see if I can change their mind, or if they seem so unreasonable.
I have watched her debate people on her channel, and she talks over them. She interrupts them. She won't let them get their thoughts out. You know, it's constant interruptions. None of her, well, all of her opponents have been weak. And she won't let them won't let them communicate their thoughts, constantly interrupting them. She's got that down to an art.
Yeah.
I'm just going to try and make an example of them to the viewers. So there's three different motivations like going on separately. So people are like, why didn't you move it on? But in a debate, if we're trying to demonstrate that like the opponent can't even like begin with the first question about the assumption of their proposition that they aren't like capable of having this debate and shouldn't even be bothering. Like that was the entire motive, to just show how ridiculous Garland is in this realm.
That was her
She
motive.
just admitted to what they're doing.
Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. What is the timestamp on that?
26:15.
26:15. Okay.
Are we looking at 26:10? Because you paused it just after, didn't you?
And like capable of having
26.
this debate and shouldn't even be bothering. Like that was the entire motive, to just show how ridiculous Garland is in this realm.
26:10.
And we achieved that. So as much as I'm really pissed off that I did reading,
So their
and,
motive
like,
wasn't
you know,
to
I
actually
wanted to, like, have
debate
these
anything.
discussions.
It was just to try and make you look stupid.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Hold on, I got to go outside and check on my dogs. Something going on out there. I'll be right back.
All right, no problem.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Debate. We'll have a debate amongst ourselves.
Yeah, we can debate amongst.
What are you eating?
It's a blade roast. So.
Oh, nice.
The ones you can slow cook.
Ooh, I think I've got some lamb tonight.
There was a sec.
Sorry.
No, okay. There was like these round steaks that are really lean cuts. They sometimes make pepper steaks with them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was like $9 for 3 of them, and I was like, well, "That's not very good." And I looked right beside, and they had these huge.
I actually don't remember the last time we bought meat.
Well, anyways, it was
sorry,
insanely cheap. So I'm looking
You've got
at
to get it when it's on
this
good
big
prices.
pallet of beef compared to these round steaks, and I was like, "The hell?"
Pallets?
When I look at it, it's like $23 per kilogram for these cheap steaks, and it was $9 for this one. So I was like that. I got the very last one.
Got to get it when you can.
She was an old lady, and I was like, "Damn it!" Pushed her off on the side. I was
You're
like,
doing the vegan thing, denying them food.
Inflation, man.
It wasn't toilet paper. You don't need to do that.
Exactly.
No, I can't remember the last time we actually bought meat.
Oh yeah.
We process ours on site.
That's nice.
Sheep at the moment.
Sheep.
Sheep. So
Yeah.
we've got about 18 sheep at the moment. 9 of them are supposed to be getting picked up, but the guy hasn't turned up.
Yeah,
We've got to do the swap thing before the males start breeding with their mums.
Yeah, exactly.
The other guy wanted a couple of rams, so we didn't castrate them.
Okay.
But now they're getting to the age where, hang on, they'll start mounting their
Starting
mums.
to be interested, you know.
Sorry?
Where are you from? Which area of the States are you in?
The States. I'm not in the States.
Where are
I'm
you?
in Australia.
Obviously. Okay.
Tasmania.
You're working with a guy. You're working with a guy that still thinks he's in February. So.
So he's in Tasmania.
Yeah. Don't take it personally.
Yeah, we're just outside of Ulverston. If you look on the map.
I'm like JD. I'm like, which part of the States are you? He's like, obvious huge accent. And I'm like, dude, I still think I'm in friggin' February, man.
And you're like, that's the weirdest Texas accent I ever did hear.
I'm
Well,
sorry,
you know,
it's March.
I
It's
figured
April.
he came from there, but now he's somewhere over here, you know.
No, somewhere down there.
Down there, that's right.
Yeah.
Supposedly
Probably over a little bit too.
the other way.
We're on the arse end of the planet.
Yeah.
Yeah, Quebec, Australia, and Texas.
That's a mix,
Yeah.
isn't it?
AV is asking if I'm going to debate Jeffrey.
Shouldn't my camera actually be like this?
Oh, there you go. Now it makes sense. Okay, here we go.
Than be bothering. Like that was the entire motive, to just show how ridiculous Garland is in this realm, and we achieved that. So as much as I'm really pissed off that I did reading, I wanted to like have these discussions, and that I had an idea of where it was going to go, and it didn't get to do that because people obviously they're gunning for blood, and then they're frustrated that we couldn't get out of them, and they're like, I would have said this. It's like, yeah, well, you saw it after the fact and knew what happened next. Like, unfortunately, we don't have that luxury. We tried so many times.
Yeah, you tried and you failed.
I literally even tried to explain. Sorry, I literally even tried to explain like why it would seem like it's a hypocrisy thing. Like, multiple times I used analogies, trying to just show, like, just in case he didn't understand what hypocrisy even meant.
Didn't know it. Hypocrisy or arbitrary.
Yeah. Those are big words. I don't know what you're talking about.
You use a big ball word now.
Okay, I'll be back. I'm gonna go braid this cow into existence.
Braid this cow.
That's
No,
it.
rape this cow into.
Yeah.
Soybean makes me happy.
Yeah, I don't. This is the other problem I think with. So I will say I don't think Garland Farms was tracking much of what was going on.
Lots of heavy breathing.
And now he's saying that Garland Farms wasn't tracking what's going on. So I was just like, duh.
No more debates for you. You can't keep up.
Yeah. Yeah. The whole time I didn't say anything. I was just looking around like, which way did it go?
Yeah, I don't. This is the other problem I think with. So I will say I don't think Garland Farms was tracking much of what was going on in the discussion. Like, I don't think he was understanding any of like the future moves or like the meta level of what was happening in that conversation. I just don't think that he was really tracking, and that's. I think that kind of like goes back to this thing where he just seemed to be saying the thing that someone told him to say.
Yeah,
which is like, don't give in to saying that this was hypocrisy or whatever it is.
And I know you shouldn't like insert too much about someone's like intentions, but he is a big conspiracy theorist, and I think mistrust.
That's their trump card. He's a conspiracy theorist. He's only talking about things that the WEF has made public.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's a conspiracy.
Is probably his middle name, so I'm pretty sure like he just assumes that I'm this evil, like, conniving. He kept saying it like I was.
Did I ever say that she was evil and conniving? I never used those words.
No, not at all.
It's like, what? No, I just have a better argument than you, and like I'm gonna like like get you to try and substantiate your claim, which I thought he would do, but. Yeah, apparently I'm evil, conniving.
You need to spend a bit less time getting tattooed and more time actually learning what's going on in the world.
Yeah, exactly.
You're making some more soy, Jason.
Yeah, for sure. So I think this is a kind of like a broader critique, and you kind of touched on it too. Was that like, what am I trying to do in this conversation, right? And I think this is, like I've said this before, this is one of the problems to me with debates, because debates aren't fundamentally about exchanging ideas and arriving at truth. They're about winning and losing. And when it's about winning, again,
you only have a problem with a debate when it's not going in your direction.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And their direction they already confessed to was simply to make me look ridiculous. They didn't want to convey the truth at all.
Not at all.
Him not wanting to lose. So it wasn't about, oh, I want to get a better understanding or whatever. It was about, I don't want to be a loser, right? I don't want to lose this debate. And so like, I feel like it's just like.
Actually,
I feel like
I'm pretty sure you used the word education. At one point, it was about educating them. Not about winning or losing the debate. It was about education.
Yeah, that's what I told them, is I was going to cure their ignorance. I was going to educate them.
I'm sure you used the word education too.
Yeah, you're right. I did. I absolutely did.
from a viewer's perspective, to me, this is kind of why I've been very slow to even do debates, and also why I've been trying to watch less debates, especially when they're like super formal debates with like propositions and stuff, is because I just feel like the value they bring is not commensurate with the time investment of like watching them.
So what he's doing now is he's trying to influence his audience, and his audience is a bunch of vegans. He doesn't want his audience or other influencers participating in formal debates because there's a moderator and they can't dominate. They can't, interrupt.
It takes the control of the narrative out of their hands.
Right, exactly. So that's what he's trying to do right here is he's just painting the picture that, hey guys, guess what? We vegans, we're not going to participate in debates anymore. And if we do, it's going to be on our turf where there's not a moderator and there's no proposition and there's no rules.
Yeah, and as soon as they've been proved wrong, they'll just shout the opposition down.
Yep.
Hey guys, it's 1 a.m. I got to work at 6:30, so I'm gonna let you guys go.
Oh, that's a bit soft.
I know.
He's going vegan. He's been eating. How many bowls of soy did you have while we were?
I don't know, but not enough because my nipples aren't sore.
You're not satiated yet?
That's right. I'm not feeling emotional enough with the phytoestrogen.
Emotional enough.
All right, I'm going to listen to you guys. I'm just going to...
Oh, yeah, this thing's getting up to 4.5 hours.
Eh?
This thing's getting up to 4.5 hours.
That's it. Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yeah.
All right. Nice to meet you, Dennis.
You too, Jason. I'm sure we'll do something again. No worries. Have a good night.
Right. See you guys.
See ya.
Okay.
Now we're in trouble.
Well, it's 12 o'clock here. We want to go for about 15 more minutes and then we'll hang it up. You can go take care of your...
It's about 5 p.m.
Okay. So we'll go for about 15 and then I'm going to hit the sack.
Yeah. You got to get some sleep.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but...
Exactly. I've got baby goats on the ground right now, and these mama goats are terrible about taking them up, into the wilderness, putting them down in some secret place.
Oh yeah, they do that,
and then they forget where they put them.
Yep. Sheep do the same thing.
And goats are like monkeys. I mean, you try to pin them up, they'll find a way out.
Oh yeah.
You almost have to put them in a cage.
Pretty much all of them are escape artists.
They really are. They can jump and climb.
That are on the Happy Valley website, the picture of the two goats that I've got up there, we've actually had to move them along because they were destroying our fences.
Oh, yeah. Using it as a, like getting up on it to forage and stuff like that.
Yeah, and getting over it too. And I haven't got the electric sorted out yet. So,
Yeah, and electric doesn't work that well on goats. They're pretty tough skinned,
Yeah. You've got to set it up in a certain way. You got to have an outset as well as a top wire.
Yeah, that's right.
But even then, it's only a deterrent anyway.
And they're more stubborn than most other animals. But anyway.
Oh yeah. That's why we like to hand feed our sheep as much as we can. And the goats when we had them here, it just helps to
tame them,
their trust up, and you can handle them a lot more easily.
Yeah, sure.
So we give them what do you call it? The digestible biscuits.
Yeah,
I call it inserting discs into the sheep.
Yeah, just like what they've been doing to us. What the powers that be have been doing to us all these years.
Yeah,
domesticating us.
That's the one. I think sometimes the animals are domesticating us.
Yeah. Yeah, you wonder sometimes.
Plants are farming us, not the other way around.
Right. Who's the beast of burden here exactly?
Yeah, that's right. Oh, that's funny.
All right, here we go.
I'm just watching the geese again. I can see him out the door.
What are they doing right now? Are they
See if
foraging?
the cable. Oh, the cable's not going to reach. Unlike Jason, I can't put my. Can you see him out through the door? No, it's too bright. It's too bright. You won't be able to see them. They're just feeding. Anyway, we keep getting sidetracked.
Oh yeah, I've got chickens. I don't have geese, but I do have chickens.
Yeah, we got chickens as well. You probably hear the rooster crowing at the moment.
Yeah, I had a rooster that I think he was doing it intentionally. He figured out where the window to the bedroom is.
Someone trained him. Some evil vegan trained him.
Yeah. And I'm running around outside in my underwear with a broomstick.
There's more conspiracy. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, man.
All right, you ready to hear some more?
Yeah, I've been ready for ages. I'm just too busy mucking around.
And so, like, I guess this is, and maybe this will be a sort of like, this is like less of a critique, but more like things I wonder if you would have said this, could you have got him back around? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I think it was probably a lost cause, but I do believe in playing to your outs and like trying, just throwing up Hail Marys and shit.
Could they have gotten you back around? You were on topic.
Yeah. Yeah.
There was nothing to... Oh.
Yeah. This entire stream is them projecting onto me what they were doing.
They're trying to justify to their viewers that they won the debate. That's what it's about.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what they want to project. Or that's what they're trying to sell for sure. All right.
Go for it.
So I think two things I thought maybe I would have tried. One is, and you did this a little bit. I wish this would have been more. I don't know how to say it. Just like more
exercise,
more exercise, more gravity behind it. Yeah. So I think you should have stepped up and like, Garland, look, I just want to be clear here. Like, I'm not trying to attack you with this question. This, I think, is just a very honest read of your proposition. Like, there's nothing behind this. I'm just making sure so that when we go.
Dennis, did you see that comment post that Nutrivore made on his channel about what he was trying to do?
I think I did, but I don't remember much of it. But yeah, they were basically just trying to, purposely just derailing it. They didn't want a debate.
Yeah. Let me see if I can pull that
They're
up.
just trying to make you out to be so then they can put all over their social media, all right, Garland's this, Garland's that, trying to make you look bad. Because they've obviously spent time and gone through a lot of the videos on your YouTube channel, and they know that you know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's why they did not want to go there. They didn't.
So I often find too, when I have shared some of your videos during vegan arguments, oh, but that's YouTube. That's YouTube. You can't trust anything on YouTube.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That pisses me off. It's not YouTube. YouTube might do their certain things through their algorithm, as you're aware of it with your comments and stuff that you've mentioned often. But they're not stopping people from saying what they want until it gets to a point where they will ban that channel or ban that video. They're letting them have their bloody say, aren't they?
Yes.
They just have to discredit you, I think, at this point. And I think they've made that their mission.
So this was a comment on Nick Nutrivore's channel, and one of his subscribers asked him,
"Isn't that like what she just said on the video beforehand?"
You mean what it says here?
2510? Yeah, that's very similar to what she was saying. It's not the same words, but it means the same thing.
Yeah, so they had this team game plan,
Hmm.
and this person says, why was it going to be a disadvantage if he admitted that his proposition was a hypocrisy claim? And that was his whole thing. I mean, the word he was begging me. Have you ever seen a vegan begging to be called a hypocrite before?
No.
He was begging to be called a hypocrite, and the reason is because, quote, because it places an astronomical empirical burden on him if he answers yes, and it's just something trivial and pointless if he answers no. So in other words, he didn't want to debate the proposition. He wanted me to spend 2 hours, philosophically chasing my tail, trying to bring up enough empirical evidence to prove that he was a hypocrite.
And then it wouldn't have been mattered what you had brought up. If you had said yes or no to that, it would just keep going in circles.
Yeah, it's what he calls that. He himself calls that technique, trapping someone in a dialogue tree. So it's like a flow chart.
Yeah.
A dialogue tree is like a flow chart where if he says yes, you go here. If he says no, you go here. And then you ask the next yes or no question, and you try to hedge your opponent into just answering these yes or no questions.
Just wasting time.
Yeah.
And in that time, you are not actually getting to have your debate.
Yeah, that's exactly. They didn't want to debate. They wanted to stall. Is what they wanted.
My workshop's messy.
Say what?
My workshop is a fucking pigsty.
It just looks like
up that end. Sorry?
It just looks like it's a real place. You're using it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm actually out in the workshop at the moment. So, yeah.
Well, workshops, they're kind of like pendulum. They get messy and then they get clean. They get messy and then they get clean.
That's what they say. A tidy workshop isn't a busy workshop.
Yep.
Or a messy workshop is a busy workshop.
Correct.
At the moment, I've got the son. He's not out here at the moment. He's building a guitar.
Oh, your son is?
Yeah, an electric guitar. He's only 16. He's done pretty well. He's at the painting stage at the moment. So he was out here just before. That's why I kept looking over that way. And it was like, oh, you have to fucking paint now? That's the fumes. It's like, oh, far out.
So you're smelling paint fumes right now?
Oh, it's dissipated now. But,
okay.
Yeah. But,
you never know what someone on the other side of the world is dealing with when you're talking to them on a live stream.
No, that's right. Actually, I've seen a few people ask if you're in a bathroom.
I am in a bathroom, actually.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah. I'm not shy about that.
Just another room.
Yeah, it's just a place for me to. I mean, I've got a wife and daughter that I don't want to wake up. It's late. I don't want to bother them. They've got. My wife is a school teacher.
Yeah, I remember you saying that actually.
Yeah, so she's.
Yeah, that's the same reason why I'm out in the workshop as well. My wife's having a sleep at the moment, so yeah, saves getting into trouble.
Yeah, I don't get great
farmyard noises. Sorry,
I don't get great internet out in my shop, or I would probably go out there and
we cabled it when we moved here. It was only like 110 amp circuit, and my big lathe needs at least 30 amps. So we upgraded the power, and while we're at it, we also ran the network cable out here as well.
Nice.
So that way, or we're already digging a trench, so I may as well do that as well.
Yeah.
The network cable is more expensive than the power cable.
Was it?
Yeah, because it has to be shielded. Has to be shielded because they're in the same conduit.
Yeah.
Otherwise, wouldn't be able to have any internet out here.
There would be like interference or something, right?
Yeah. You can put the cables across that way, like crisscross, but you can't run them parallel.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense, because if it's like this, you just be one point of contact, but with this, the whole thing is embedded with the other one.
Something to do with the EMF around the cable as well. I'm not sure exactly. The electricians explained it to me.
Yeah. we're farmers. We're not electricians.
Well, my background is actually IT.
Okay, yeah, that's right. You actually are a.
I know a little bit about. Like, I don't even use Windows. That's why I had a problem before with the webcam.
Yeah.
I had to restart the computer. So because I use Linux, I had to restart the computer so it would actually see the webcam. Normally,
Right.
I can plug it in and it'll work, but for some reason it didn't. So,
I was actually a computer science major my first 2 semesters in college.
Oh yeah,
And I got bored with all the zeros and ones, and I got interested in the human physiology, and I already was kind of a biology nerd.
Oh yeah, that explains a few things.
Yeah, it does. In fact, I was my plan was to be a biology teacher in the public schools. And was hired on to coach varsity football and all that, and was waiting for them to give me this biology position, but it didn't come to fruition before I got so tired of being so poor. I mean, they don't pay. They don't pay.
At the end of the day, you got to put food on the table.
Yeah. But I did work out a deal where I was teaching biology to quite a few people throughout my career as a trainer and coach and strength and conditioning.
It all goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like I know a bit because when I was younger, I was into the bodybuilding and that. So you learn a bit of the nutrition from that. So that's interesting. And you can always fall back on it.
Yeah.
And I've found even with doing the farming, you do tend to fall back on a lot of that sort of stuff.
Sure.
And then I found with the IT stuff, I still fall back on it with the farming, with like setting up sensors or, it all comes into it.
Yeah.
The life experience, isn't it?
Yeah. I remember when I was, I think I was probably a freshman in high school. And this was back before the internet, and I had a Radio Shack TRS 80. I don't know if you
remember them.
My buddy had a Commodore 64.
Yeah, I remember them too. That's what I actually learnt to code on.
Okay.
Yeah,
I did too. I taught myself BASIC, and I made all kinds of programs. Using the if-then statements and all of that. But
now I went to assembly language, which is like coding on the metal, and then now back with doing the websites using that PHP. Back to the if-then statements.
Going full circle. The circle of life. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's what it all comes down to. But no, definitely, I've been learning a shit ton since doing the regen agriculture. We were doing it without even realizing it.
Yeah.
And a friend of ours who does, he's an earthworks contractor. He's set up dairy farms on the mainland. And he was working for some mob. He'd set the place up for them, and they would go, okay, well, we need to try and reduce our costs a bit. We're going to do some cropping. And he was saying, oh, good. We'll integrate the animals into it. Oh, no. We're not going to do that. We're going to do the traditional way. And he's like, well, I want no part of it. And he left because they were wanting to use petrochemicals and stuff like that. And he's gone, this is not what I've set up here. I've set it up to all be regenerative, and it wasn't called regenerative back then. He did the old way of doing stuff.
Correct.
That's why on my Twitter bio it says regen agriculture is going back. Where is it? Going back. What did I put? Can't remember what I put. Oh, our past and future is regenerative agriculture.
Mm-hmm.
So we're just going back to the old ways.
Yeah, this was
we find it works. And we weren't allowed to put animals on the cropping areas when we're at the other place.
Yeah.
Because of the contracts. They just simply don't allow it. And we wouldn't put the animals on there with the petrochemicals anyway.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
not good for them. Not good for us. So
yeah, exactly.
But here we're not doing cropping here. We've just got livestock and but doing the rotational thing and
Yeah.
definitely works. And the farmer out the back that I mentioned earlier, he wants to do regenerative, but he's tied up in his contracts. And he does as much as he can, but his hands are tied. He'd go broke if he didn't keep the contracts going. And he's under a generational contract. So even when he dies, if somebody else purchases the farm, they'll take over the contracts.
Oh my.
Yeah. Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, that's indentured servitude,
It is.
multi-generational indentured servitude. That's like slavery.
It's not good. It's not. It is slave labor, essentially.
Yeah.
So, but I met him up at the back fence. Oh, it was before Christmas, and he was saying, "What are you guys doing in the pasture here?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm practicing regen agriculture." And he goes, the place looks much better. The other people weren't doing it, and we know that they were spraying Roundup. I'm like, "Oh, thanks for telling me that," because they were growing flowers here and doing dried flowers, which is fine. I got no problem with that. It's a way to make money.
Sure.
But he had cows on here, but he was also doing selling worms. So I guess it's not too bad, but he was still using Roundup, and as I found, he was only spraying it along the fence.
Yeah, just
But
like to keep
the trouble is, as you would know, it spreads through the soil.
Oh yeah, it definitely does.
That's not good. But anyway, yeah. So it's a good sign. But if another farmer's saying it looks better now than what it was before you were here, so you're doing something right, well, it's a good pat on the back, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the same story that Joel Salatin tells about.
Oh, isn't he fantastic?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I've been following him for a while.
Yeah, I have too. He's one of the...
Gabe Brown, I've got a heap of his stuff linked up. I've got to watch it, but I know what he stands for and I know what he's doing. I don't know the nuances or what he's doing because I haven't had a chance to sit down and actually watch his stuff. But I can only imagine it's going to be fantastic.
You're talking about Joel right now?
Sorry?
You're talking about Salatin?
No, I was talking about Gabe Brown.
Oh, Gabe Brown. Okay, yeah.
I've got a lot of his stuff linked. I've got the bookmarked. I've just got to sit and watch it. But Joel Salatin, there was a documentary that he did years ago. I can't even remember the name of it. So
there's
he
some
wasn't calling it regenerative agriculture then. Sorry?
I was just saying there's some really good Australian guys as well that,
There's actually, since I've been getting into it more, there's a heap of people down here doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's really ones. Sorry?
There's some of the most influential, big time rotational regenerative permaculture principles.
Yeah.
Australia was huge with the yeoman's plow, keyline farming where you do everything on a key line. In fact, I did build about a 500 meter swale on contour. So it's like a huge ditch, but it's perfectly level. It captures millions of gallons of water every time it rains good. And, it just holds it so that it can't otherwise run off into the creek and then it's gone.
Yeah, allows it to get into the
allows
soil.
it to sink into the ground. Exactly. Feed
We're
the
looking at doing something similar behind the workshop here. We've got I think it's about half an acre, and our dam is down the bottom. So what we're looking at doing, the fowl pen that I mentioned before, but I've got to put the posts in the ground for still. Behind there, we're looking at doing an orchard, and then down there doing some veggie plots and put them in as swales.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
that way
exactly.
it reduces how much water we're actually using.
Exactly.
Because we get a heap of water off this roof too, so it's a pretty big workshop. It's at least 20 meters long by 5 wide, I think. I don't know. Haven't measured it for a while.
It's amazing how much water comes off of a roof.
Oh, yeah.
1 inch rain.
Yeah.
Thousands and thousands of gallons.
I think more people should be collecting it.
Yeah, definitely.
And the same with solar. It's more people should be putting solar on their roofs.
Yeah, they should.
This whole roof is covered in solar panels.
Is it?
Mm.
Do you have a battery?
No, we're not doing
battery?
that at the moment. We didn't have the funds to do that. We went with 10 kilowatts, and with the new Q cell panels, because LG, we use a mod called DMS Energy down here for the electrical contractors, and they swear by those LG panels, the Korean panels, and LG is no longer doing sustainable manufacturing. They were bringing out one of those big batteries that you put on the wall.
Yes.
And the solar panels, they're not doing them anymore. No idea why.
Huh.
But another Korean mob called, I'm not sure if they're called Q-Cell or if they're called something else. I can't see, there's no brand on the thing. That's what the panels are that we've gone for. They're that light sensitive that you can put the panel on upside down and it will still generate power.
Wow.
Pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty sensitive.
So we went with 10 kilowatts. They've got a higher, also a lot of the cheaper panels that most people go for. The sun or the light's got to be directly in front of them. A bit like some computer monitors. Remember when the LCD screens first came out?
You have to be right in front of it to see.
In front of them. That's called the incidence angle.
Yeah.
A lot of the solar panels are the same thing. They only make their peak power when the sun is directly above them. These ones, and it is a waste. The LG ones and these ones, it can be almost dark and these will still be making power. As long as there's light in the sky, they generate power. So we make about 70 kilowatts in about a day. And it can still be cloudy and they'll still do around 65.
Wow.
Not bad going.
So what happens?
Power bill.
Are you feeding that power back into the grid?
Yeah, we do. Down here in Australia, you can only put up to 5 kilowatts back into the grid. That's the I don't know if you call it legalities, but that's all they allow. But we went with the 10 kilowatts, so we're producing more than we're putting back in. But they had this thing that they were gonna. It was before COVID hit. There was going to be these what do you call it? That the government puts out mandates type of thing that residential could only get up to 5 kilowatts. Then they could have a battery backup, but they could only put 5 kilowatts into the grid. But the problem with that is, how do you charge your batteries if you're making 5 kilowatts and you're putting 5 kilowatts in the grid? Nothing's going in your battery.
Right.
So that didn't happen. They were going to allow commercial premises to have up to 50 kilowatts, was going to be their maximum. And that was going to be the same thing. They could only put 5 kilowatts in, but they have to do something with the rest of it. But you had to also be on three-phase power. So we're not on three-phase power here. It's just too expensive.
So what do you do? What happens to your excess?
It just, if we don't use it, like I'm always on it, the wife, if you're going to do the clothes washing, you need to do it during the day, not at night time. Use up the power that we're producing rather than the grid power, because then it keeps the power usage down. But sometimes she just, typical wives don't listen to their husbands. complain about the lights being on.
Right.
But she's not too bad though. Yeah, well, that went a bit off topic.
Well, it's not really off topic. It's all related. I mean, anyone that's watching that's interested in regenerative agriculture would be, a related subject is homesteading. You get into homesteading, you talk about getting off the grid, talk about that. Well, then you talk about solar panels.
Well, that's something that I've actually seen come up as a debate quite a few times on more sort of New Zealand, the New Zealand guys, about using how best to use solar panels on a farm. And a lot of the times, they seem to think, or the people arguing against it seem to think that, oh, we're just going to put a frame up and put solar panels on it, and then that part of the land's no good to use anymore because it's only for solar panels.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't think solar panels can go on the roof of the sheds. They can still go on the frames. Put them up a bit higher. The animals can get under the shelter.
There you go.
Like come on. Or you
don't have to put them down on the ground.
Yeah, you don't have to put them on the ground at all. Or put a roof underneath the panels to catch the water.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
They don't seem to put a lot of thought into these things, I sometimes think. And it's the same thing that the vegans do when they're arguing about, oh, but the animal livestock use all the crops. No, come on, guys. Can your own charts that you keep showing us prove your argument wrong? You're just not bloody reading them.
Yeah, they're reading the headline. Like everyone does with the news and stuff. They read the headline. They don't read the article.
What's the news? I don't watch the news.
Yeah, well, I don't either.
I don't watch TV.
I haven't had it. I
probably shouldn't admit to it live on YouTube in a public forum, but we download everything we watch. I delete it afterwards.
Yeah, we have Amazon Prime, and we watch Little House on the Prairie when we.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
You're a real farmer, man.
Yeah. I get as nostalgic as I can, I'm trying to escape.
I think I like my technology a bit too much sometimes. Well, that's an idea that you brought up. We could do lives and stuff about homesteading where it's got nothing to do with the vegan stuff. Sharing ideas, that sort of thing. Have other farmers on talking about, like techniques that they use, different ways of fencing, stuff like that. Like I've learned a heap since we've been here. Sorry?
Yeah, I'd love to do that. Absolutely.
Because there's stuff that you do that's different to what I do. I mean, you're also farming a lot more area than I am, but
we can learn from each other.
Yeah, well, that's it. I think a lot more people should have. I mean, Joel Salatin brings up about I can't remember what country he said it was. I've seen it come up a few times on the YouTube shorts, and he's talking about some country or some town was saying about people having chickens, and everybody put their hands up for the chickens, and then all the waste that was normally going to landfill. Stopped.
Yes.
Yeah, stuff like that.
I read about that. That was in Spain, I believe. And every family got every family that was willing to take them got 2 chickens, and they instructed them to feed all the, any leftover food would go to the chickens.
Yeah.
And it was, I can't remember, but it was millions and millions, hundreds of millions of pounds of foodstuffs that did not end up in the landfill, and all these free eggs.
Yeah. Yep. Which
so, absolutely
beneficial on both sides of it.
Yeah, again, that's going back to the old school. That's the way it was done. That's the way it was done back in the old days. Of course, right now what they're trying to do is they're trying to paint, livestock and animals and chickens here in the United States. They've got this constant bird flu scare going on.
Right, and the TB stuff.
What's that?
And the TB.
And the TB?
Yeah, TB.
TB. I hadn't heard that. I hadn't heard the TB.
I think that's more in the UK.
Okay.
Not so much of chickens, but they did the chicken thing in the UK. Gareth Wynne Jones, you might have seen his name come up in some circles.
I may have.
He's a UK farmer. I've spoken to him quite a few times. Really interesting guy. I think he's actually done a couple of TV shows over in the UK too. And It was a bit like that. I don't know if you've seen a show called This Farming Life.
Yes. Yes.
Awesome show. Oh, we talking about watching the nostalgia. We watch that at least twice a year.
Yeah, you just remind me of that.
So much to pick up in it. And like, for example, John Scott in the first season with the sheep farmer that won the award for sheep farming.
Yes.
And he's showing where he's put in the sheep for a race, and he's got the sheep flip. Where he turns the sheep upside down to do the maintenance on them and stuff.
Right,
I never actually seen one before. We've got one sitting out in the paddock.
Yeah, I've got one. I've got one for calves right back here.
Yeah, and you can put goats in it and everything.
Yeah,
yeah.
And then you just put them in there. It's like a squeeze shoe.
It just got like a handle thing. You pull. Oh, you push, and it's got a couple of like long things in it.
Yeah, and there's
around their belly, and then flip them over.
Yeah, and it's got a little.
I'd never seen one before.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Looked into it. $2.5 grand later, I got one. They're a little bit expensive, but hey.
Well, yeah, but it makes it so easy, you know.
Oh yeah, but going back, that's saying like there's always something to learn, and watching these different programs, picking up on little bits and pieces. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, I agree.
That's the sort of things the vegans should be watching.
They really should, and if they were sincere, that's what they would be watching.
Yeah,
actually.
not Dominion.
Yeah, it's just
that movie. That's just pure propaganda.
Well, you know,
I don't want to say live on here because it could give the game away a bit, but I'm pretty sure that the farm that they filmed on, that farmer would be under an NDA not to talk. That place got closed down. I'm not sure whether it was just before filming or just after. But that place has been closed down. It's in Victoria, it was.
Yeah.
I can't find it. I can't find the actual farm. I found the address, but I can't pinpoint the actual location.
Well, you know, I have a suspicion that those places, because I actually am compiling a list of vegan and animal rights activists and organizations that have actually been caught staging animal torture in order to capture video to sell their propaganda. Similarly, I don't know if you were aware of when who's the vegan there in Australia?
Joey Carbstrong.
Yes, Joey Carbstrong, when he rescued the baby lamb.
Yep. I think I actually spoke to you about that.
Okay, yeah.
We
were trying to find out. No, we were contacting the police and everything.
Yeah, well, apparently he took it to some vegan bloody animal rights group.
Yeah.
There was nothing wrong with that sheep. All he needed to do was stand it up. He sedated it.
Yes, I completely agree.
Sheep do not act that way.
No, and you know, he essentially stole the lamb. He trespassed on someone else's. I mean, the right thing to do would, if this was a real scenario, the right thing to do would be to go contact the farmer. If you care that much, contact the farmer. I mean, that's to a farmer. That's his livelihood. That's money.
That's exactly right.
He doesn't want that sheep to die out there. If it was legitimately sick, he'd be.
We do stuff like that all the time around here. If we see a sheep that's rolled over, and sometimes they can't get up, you go, yeah, you're trespassing to do it, which is not totally the right thing to do. But you go and help the sheep. If it stands up, it's fine. You then go and let the farmer know.
Yeah.
And 9 times out of 10, they're like, "Oh, thank you for doing that. I wouldn't have even known." And by the time I've got it to her, she probably would have been dead.
Yeah, exactly.
So you get to know people that way too, which is good.
But you wouldn't think, you would never think of actually taking the lamb and running off with it, right?
No, it's the worst thing you could do for it.
Yeah,
worst thing
exactly.
to do for it. Unless the mum was dead, then you'd take the lamb up to the farmer and then let
Correct.
them do what they were going to do.
Correct.
Their choice. But no, that actually really pissed me off when you showed that video.
I think
But
any
then,
farmer,
not long ago, he did the same thing with a turkey farm. He broke into a turkey farm. I don't think he took any of the turkeys, but he was trying to show how bad the conditions were.
yeah.
I thought, what the hell are you doing there? How did
Yeah.
you get in there?
Yeah.
How did you get into the shed?
Well, that's what
Come
I'm
on.
saying is I think, what they could do, these organizations, some of these big organizations that are pushing this, they've got the kind of money that they could lease, or they could purchase a place, stage something like that, pretend that they're on someone else's farm and act like they're in a rescue situation. And then once they get their footage, they can, drop the lease or sell the property. But
I wouldn't be surprised if that's what happened to the farm in Dominion. Actually, it got bought up. We'll just get some animals, we'll mistreat them, we'll film it, and we'll just make it, because that's probably why it's been difficult to actually find who owned it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Exactly what I was thinking about that.
Because what farmer would, surely, if they had done that to a farmer, they would have come forward by now and said, hey, this is not what happened.
Yeah.
And it would have been in the news.
Yeah, it would have been. And and
we would have
also,
seen it.
and also just like that Joey Carbstrong situation, I think is similar, because if someone filmed themselves stealing a lamb off of someone else's property,
Well, he quite clearly shows that he's trespassing.
right? Wouldn't the police be, wouldn't they pursue someone incriminating themselves like that?
The thing is, there is actually a trespass law down here in Australia now to try and stop that sort of thing from happening, because there's a place called Taranaki Farms, and they're a chicken farmer. And he hasn't posted stuff online for months and months and months. He had a whole heap of activists break into his farm, and he had these great big mobile chicken coops. These things were bigger than my shed here. They were huge. They had to have been at least 2,000 chickens per coop. Like, they were big.
Oh, yeah.
And they were built in that way to stop the foxes getting them at night time. So they'd be locked up at night time. And he's got videos on his on Instagram, showing with the drone him moving these things. He has to move them with a tractor. They're that big, like just tow them. And then behind them, he's got the feed bins and the water bin. And then once he moves them, he puts the electric fence out. So they do the regenerative thing on the ground, and, do what they do with the soil.
I've got two groups of chickens, and one of them I do that same thing with.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. The dairy behind us does it as well. Anyway, these activists, broke into the farm, and they did it at night time, and they opened up one of the coops thinking they were going to save all these chickens, let all the chickens out, and I think almost all of them got killed by foxes just in that one night.
Yeah. I think I read about that.
It wouldn't surprise me. And he took a huge financial hit because of that. And now he's not as active. Because I used to really enjoy seeing the videos that he was posting, and yeah, it's not good. There was a newspaper article I did find at one stage. I don't know if I bookmarked it or not. Probably might be under vegan nonsense. No, I'd have to look it up again. But yeah, because of that was before that law was in place, and I think they rallied the government to go, we need to do something because this is getting out of control, and farmers are losing livestock and losing income because of these people that think they're saving animals and they're actually causing harm.
Yeah, I think that's pretty sums up vegan. It sums veganism up pretty well. That they think they're doing something good and they're actually doing harm.
Yeah, and I think you brought the point up too that they're being lied to, and they're unwittingly saying this stuff, thinking that they're saying the right thing, but they don't understand the full extent of what they're saying and doing. But then on the other hand, when people like you or myself are saying, no, look, this is actually what's going on. This is how farming works. This is what we do. Yes, factory farming needs to go because it's obviously a problem and it's producing a product that's no good. This is how we're doing it. This is what we're trying to push. And more people are getting on board with the regen ag.
Every day.
And this is the way forward. That animals can share the same land as what we're cropping on. So we don't need more land. We can actually reduce the agricultural footprint. Oh, no, that's not going to work because they've got it in their head. Because people like Earthling Ed and Joey Carbstrong have done all these videos. Oh, but you need to watch Dominion. You need to watch Game Changers. But the stuff is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
It's totally wrong. Their hearts might be in the right place and they might want to be more ethical. But sorry, guys, it's not.
Yeah, they've been sold a lie.
Yeah. And they're pushing the lie. They're unwitting patsies of the WEF.
Yes,
and
exactly.
WHO and WWF are in on it too, as recently discovered. I've actually got to talk to Trust about that to get us taken off. We're actually one of the major contributors to WWF.
Yeah, they're in with
if
the
you
World
look up
Economic Forum.
Suitors Foundation. Where is it? Yeah, partnership they call it.
Yep.
Privacy error. Yeah, fix your website up, guys. Oh, yeah, where is it? I've got to highlight it so I can link it for you. There we are.
Okay.
Not that I expect you to share this, but it's just for your own info.
Got it. Uh-oh.
Philanthropic partners.
It's not. It's.
Yeah, they did that for me too. You just got to go to I don't know. Their SSL certificates dropped out, I think.
Okay.
You know how you can just make it view the site regardless? It's trying to do it that it's a safe site or something. I don't know. And my mum started the donations thing with them because she wants to do something for the animals. And that's why I think, yeah, it's all well and good, but what are they doing with that money we're donating to them? That's my problem. And they're pushing the plant-based narrative, which all, as you know, comes from the UN, WEF, WHO, Gates. Gates is a funny one, isn't he? With the meat and the cell-based stuff. Although you've probably seen the article where they've proven that the cell-based meats are actually cancer tumors.
Yes, that's actually one of my recent community posts covered that. And, it seems like I should have figured that out a long time ago, because when they say immortal cell lines, there's really no, I always wondered how that would be done. And it just makes sense now that they would use cancer cells for that. But
isn't that scary?
The gall that they would try to trick us into eating, cancerous tumors as our primary protein source.
Isn't that scary?
And even Sean Baker was promoting that.
Oh, was he?
Yeah,
that's interesting.
He never mentioned anything about it being, cancerous tumors, and he said that they're just getting better and better at it, and at some point it's going to be.
I think he might have changed his stance on that though.
Well,
he did a big long on thread. I can't find it now. He did a big long thread on cell-based meat, and basically saying how bad they are. And one of the things that he brought up in the thread was they actually have to kill 2 animals because to get the cells or the serum they get from the heart of the calf while it's still in vitro.
Yeah, someone had told me that they've come up with some other alternative to that.
Oh, yeah.
It's some kind of human platelet.
Oh, okay. So we're going to be, what is it, Soylent?
Yeah.
That's going to come down there, isn't it?
We're going to be eating human tumors pretty soon.
That's crazy.
Let me see if I can pull that up.
I can guarantee you people like you and me won't be.
Yeah, definitely not. I would not subject myself or my family to that garbage.
Not at all. Or the bugs.
Yeah, the bugs either.
The bugs are for the chickens.
It's absolutely bizarre.
And the geese when they're not eating the grass.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what's one of the great things about having some free range chickens around is
always got food.
Yeah, we've got horses and cows. Horses, cows. The goats don't really require this, but the chickens will wait a few days, let the maggots get going inside those cow patties.
Oh, yes.
And rake them out looking for those maggots and
that's what
spread
we're actually
out perfectly.
The same fella I mentioned that does the earthwork stuff before, he's got a trailer. He's built this trailer to put his excavator on, and now he can't register it because they've changed the laws. So he's going to give me the trailer, and because I won't be putting it on the road, I'm going to turn it into a movable chicken coop. So the idea is that when we've moved the livestock on to another paddock, you wait 3 days because you've got to give time for the maggots to sort of become maggots. And then put the chickens in there and actually feed the chickens on top of the manure to actually encourage them to scratch it up and eat the maggots. And apparently that 3-day period also gives the dung beetles time to be able to pull some of the manure down into the soil too. So they can do their thing.
Yes, absolutely.
And luckily, we've been lucky here with the dung beetles. We've got native dung beetles. We haven't had to introduce any. So that's been good. We
used to have dung beetles here. I mean, they were everywhere back in the 70s. I think all of the Roundup and all the pesticides farmers have been using, they're just, we don't have a lot of the insects that we used to have. And a lot of the bird species.
And even if you're not spraying it on your property, the spray drift.
Pesticide drift. Exactly. I just left the name of that.
Oh yeah, I can see HPL.
Yes, that's what I was told. I haven't
That's the type of cancer, is it?
I don't think that's cancer. I'm pretty sure it's not, but I think it does. You know, it's always
is that what they're replacing the serum with?
Correct.
Interesting. I need to talk to my uncle. I wonder how much he knows about this stuff. Because he's pretty clued on. Like, he can look at a bottle of medication, not even look at the ingredients, and he can tell you what's in it because of the name. Because the name's usually depicted from
the ingredient. Yeah.
And then he can tell you what you can and can't take with it. Because years ago, when my grandfather was still alive, he was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. And Uncle Doug came up for a visit, as he do, family, and went around to see his dad. And he's like, what medications have they got you on? And he turns out the stuff that they had my grandfather on for years and years and years, which is what was causing the Parkinson's disease.
Ah.
Took him off it, took him off all his medications. A week later, Parkinson's were gone. Like, obviously, because your body needs time to get it out of your system.
Sure.
But yeah. So interesting. So years and years and years. I can only imagine how much money he wasted on pharmaceuticals, being diagnosed with something he didn't even have.
Yeah, I think that's pretty common.
Unfortunately, I know another old fellow when we were out at Wilmot. He would be in his late 70s, and he was sitting in the shop one day and he didn't look well. And I said to him, "Russell, what's going on? You don't look real good. Do you need a hand?" And he's going, "No, I'm just the drugs I took this morning. They take time before they sort of kick in." And then he was telling me he's on 30 different medications just to stay alive. And I'm like, really? And you know what? Half of them are probably to counteract what the other ones are doing to you.
Right.
That's scary shit. I said, don't jump up and down. You'll rattle like a pill bottle.
Yeah. I told you we've been watching those Little House on the Prairie episodes, and
and
I don't pay for it. I don't pay I don't buy the episodes, which means we just have to sit through some commercials, and I always mute the commercials, but sometimes I can't get to it, and many times it would be some type of pharmaceutical commercial, right?
It's surprising how many there are, even in Australia.
Yeah, it's just, it's the major funding, it is major funding for these entertainment entities where they just
well, they got to pay for the TV show somehow, don't they?
Yeah. Well, the TV show actually exists to push the goods, that's the whole purpose of the entertainment to begin with.
Yeah.
Is to have some way to get your attention to sell you something. But my 10-year-old daughter, she came to me one day and she was imitating these commercials, and she said, well, I have this drug that's it's going to cure your hepatitis C. The only problem is that it's got a side effect. It's going to cause hepatitis B, but don't worry, because we have this drug that
you take hepatitis B to get hepatitis A.
Yeah. So she had this circle that she had created,
That's pretty smart, actually. Oh, God. Well,
yeah, kids can see, they can see through that stuff too.
I mean, we've got to guide them, though, still, I think. But
what?
We've still got to guide them, though.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. With Brandon doing his guitar, he's done most of the work on it. I've been helping him, standing, oh no, don't use the chisel that way, mate. Do it this way; it'll be easier. But then letting him do it. Like, you got to give him a certain amount of free rein, I think. But, no.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'd like to see it whenever when it's ready to look at.
Yeah, he did have some photos. He put it together because he wanted to make sure everything fitted together and that before it had a finish on it, and it looked pretty good. But it had a handle in it. He's taken the handle out. He didn't like the handle. I'm not doing the handle.
Too
Excellent.
utilitarian.
Yeah, and he's pretty good on it. Like, oh, here we go. Here's a picture. See if I can share that to you.
There it is.
Posted on my Twitter because another fella I know back from the Commodore 64 days, Andrew Braybrook, he wrote that game called Uridium. And I speak to him now and again. He's pretty cool, and he's an avid guitar player too.
Oh, Uridium.
Yeah, he calls himself Uridium Author on Twitter. But yeah, that's the link to the photo.
Okay, so I see the handle. So how did he remove that?
We filled it with wood.
Okay.
So I had to show him how we can put like something underneath it, trace around it, cut it out, and then he's filled it with I won't touch it now because he sprayed it. I might end up putting fingerprints all over it. He's got it hanging up. He's spraying it. He's doing where the pick guard is and the strings are. He wants to do like a silver, but with a fade around the edges. What they call it, like a sunburst. So he doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't want it that color. But yeah, it's just a guitar he bought online, and that was his birthday present. So that'll be like his 4th guitar now.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and he's pretty bloody good on it too. He was in his school concert as well, and yeah, he kept telling us because we obviously as parents you go to the concert, and he's like, I stuffed up here, and here, and I'm like, well, we didn't know, like we didn't know that you stuffed up. So he did a good job.
So he made that. He did the vine work on the neck and everything.
No, that the neck comes already assembled. It's already got the frets and everything already done. You basically got to attach it to the body and paint the body. But all the other bits and pieces, like here I am pointing to it as though you can see where I'm pointing. The pick guard, you got to attach all the electronics are actually attached to the pick guard. So you only need to put it in place. The only wire that needed to be soldered was where you put your output, your cable in to your amp.
Yes.
But then he's got to string it. He had to put all the controlling, the tuning knobs. He had to put all those in, and basically do all the screw holes for it's got a Floyd Rose bridge, but it's not a true Floyd Rose. It's a Floyd Rose D. They put a D on it instead of an E because it's a knockoff.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but no, he's doing a pretty good job of it. And I just tell him, don't rush it. Take your time. It's not like you're in a competition for anything. So, yeah, just take your time with it. And
that's nice.
He's doing pretty good. But he's done pretty much, probably about 90% of it. Just a couple of things, like the screws that hold you had got a spring plate that holds the tensioner at the bottom. He was a bit wary about doing the holes of that, so I did that. Yeah, just little things that he wasn't sure of.
Right.
But no, he's doing a pretty good job. He's probably inside playing the guitar now, actually. One of his other guitars.
And this is his 4th guitar to make?
Yeah, not to make. The other ones he bought.
Okay.
No, this is the first one that he's made. But it's actually something that he wants to do as a vocation. What do they call it? A luthier or something?
A guitar maker?
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh.
But no, I reckon it's a pretty good, noble pursuit. He's not interested in doing the farming side of things.
Yeah. Well,
the daughter's probably more interested in doing that.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
That's
the 14-year-old. Yeah, she'll come out and they haven't driven the tractor yet. But that's been something that's been a bit of a sore point with me because he's at the age where he can get his license or get his learner's permit. And for the last couple of years, I've said, oh, look, come out in the tractor, get the hang of, steering, using the clutch and all that sort of stuff, because we're onto them to get their manual license, not their automatic license, because we sort of feel that, well, if you go for your automatic license, that kind of restricts what you can do in life.
Yeah.
You know, you can't go and get a job driving a truck. You can't get a job doing other machinery or stuff like that. So if you get your manual license, that actually removes that restriction later on, even if they never drive a truck.
Yeah, there's no reason to put that ceiling above you if you don't.
No, that's it. Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, both our cars, my wife and my car, are both manual. We refuse to drive an automatic. So actually, often a lot of people get in her car and they're like, because she's got a Falcon XR8, which is it's not modified, it's factory, but it's a V8, and it's sort of more of a leaning towards more of a sports car type of thing. And people are often like, "Oh, it's a manual." Yeah, why would we have an automatic? You're like, that's what people are used to. They think everything has to be automatic these days.
Yeah.
So
yeah, even around here, that would be a surprise from you know, if it was a passenger car or a sports car, and even trucks these days. You know.
Yeah, well, a lot of semi-trailers are coming out that are automatic now too.
Yeah.
Which I think is just silly, but anyway.
And buses used to be all automatic. I mean, they used to be all standard when I was a kid.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And they're mostly.
Yeah, well, it would have been around the same time.
That's right. Back in the good old days.
The good old days, they're gone, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
For
so
now.
no, yeah, it's good. They haven't had to go on the lathe yet.
He hasn't?
No, I think they're a little bit wary because of machinery, and I sometimes use the saying, "Oh well, you got a piece of wood spinning at 1,000 RPM, and you're sticking a piece of steel into it."
Oh yeah, yeah.
What do you expect's going to happen? Because I usually say that to people when they'll put something on the lathe, but then they're not very safe about it. Like they'll stand in the line of fire, and then wonder why they get hit.
But people have been killed, you know.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, because I often have people tell me, "Well, you're not using a face mask. You're supposed to be using a face shield." Like, yeah, but where am I standing? If anything comes off, it's going to go over there. It's not going to come at me, is it?
Right. How could it? You know, there's no centrifugal force moving this direction.
That's exactly right. I should be doing that. I've got a heap of bowls to make at the moment.
Here, I'm gonna run and see if I can grab something that I made on the lathe. The last thing I made. I'll be right back. Hang tight.
Oh yeah, go for it. Yeah, I'd be glad to see it. Well, this is interesting. Laurie Lee in the comments has actually commented, very interesting. There is a possibility that the vegans are staging the torture of animals from the farm footage. It's actually, I've not so much seen people say it on Twitter. I have seen people bring it up on Reddit. I've not actually interacted directly with people that have proven it, but I have seen a lot of commentary around that it is actually could be a very real thing. And,
well, I know that there are some that have actually been confirmed cases of that.
Well, there you go. There you go.
You've heard of PETA?
Oh, PETA.
Yeah. They've been caught doing some things.
Well, they're known for euthanizing people's pets and actually stealing them off people's porches.
Well, that doesn't surprise me at all.
There's been quite a few cases and news reports of that happening, and it's quite easy. You can look it up online.
Yeah, they kill a lot of animals.
It's actually quite common. What are you doing? Polishing it up?
Well, yeah, it was up on top of this china cabinet, and had some dust on it. But
Polishing up your wood there, JD. Oh, you made a bowl. Oh, what is it?
It's a well. It was going to be a cake server.
Yep.
But this was the part that I cut off, and the other part was much taller. It was going to be, about that tall.
Oh, like a cake stand.
But it actually, like you were talking about it was, this was spinning on the lathe, and I was smoothing out the inside with the tool. When it dug in and the whole thing exploded on me.
Oh yeah, it's one of those. It's one of the drawbacks of turning.
So
that was
this
really
was
good.
The part that was left over, and so I just turned it into like a pie server.
At least you were able to repurpose it.
Yeah. So.
Oh yeah, it's on a Lazy Susan as well.
Yep.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's made with walnut base with walnut and maple.
I was just going to ask what the inserts are, or what do they call it? Not inserts. It's got some nice grain in that and some chatoyance in it too.
Mm-hmm.
Chatoyance is that flicking that you get when you move the grain, like you can see the flicking in the grain.
Right.
Very nice.
Almost like a little metallic looking waves to it.
Yeah. Segmenting.
I was 16 years old. I was 16 when I made this.
Oh,
I was your son's age.
That was a while back. Just the other day, actually, I made a cover because we got a couple of mice getting around in the kitchen that we can't bloody catch, and the cats haven't been able to get them yet. And because we're the cats, you don't want to put poison out. And the bloody mice got across the butter, didn't it? So you can see the footprints across the butter. So the missus has been onto me to I made a plate with a lid. So I did that, and I measured the butter, the block of butter up, came out here, turned it all up, went and put it in, set up. There was a gap about bloody camera here. There was a gap about that much. It was sitting above, so we had to cut the butter in half. Oh, but no, similar shape to what you made there. But
yeah.
No, it's all good fun.
Yeah, that's why I really enjoyed making that thing, and when I got to talking to you and seeing the things you were making on the lathe, I was like, I gotta get that lathe going. But yeah.
Here's one of our rat catchers.
There you go.
Jack.
I've got one that looks almost just like him, orange and white.
This cat we got off a friend of ours who actually moved interstate, and he was weird. He wouldn't go outside, and anyway, we moved here, and we forced him outside, and just left them. And they come in at night time because here there's laws that you have to house your cats at night time because of wildlife and stuff like that. He gets out in the paddock and catches the rabbits.
Yeah, I've got one that does the same thing.
Does he bring it to the front door and crunch on it?
No, he hasn't done that yet. But I've had cats that would bring birds and mice to the back door before.
Well, see, that's another thing about the vegans forcing animals to be vegan. They're going to get. What do they think their animals are going to do when they're outside? They're going to not eat vegan, are they?
Yeah, no. Yeah, they're going to eat.
I'm not allowed to eat that rabbit over there. I think I'll just have to munch on this piece of grass. Damn it. I'm not allowed.
Yeah, I'm craving the neighbor's cat. Could you give me some of that soy kibble so I can quench my hunger?
Give me some of that soy oil.
Yeah. Perfect for cow.
Find the mice in here. I'll let him in the workshop because he finds the mice. His compadre is not. It's just, I don't know if you can see him or not.
Yeah, I can see him. He's grooming
himself because I picked him up.
Oh yeah, you messed up his hair.
Yeah.
His fur.
And we just got another one yesterday. My wife brings animals home.
Does she?
I'm not allowed to say no. That's the usual story, isn't it? So we've got four cats at the moment. Two are inside. One of them is the boy's cat. We call him Kit Kat. And he's about 4 months old, 5 months old maybe. He just parkours around the lounge room.
Oh yeah.
It's fun to watch him, but
cats are good at parkour.
Anyway, I was just reading some of the comments in here. And I don't know if you heard, I picked out that one about Laurie Lee, about the possibility that vegans are staging the torture of animals from the farm footage.
Mm-hmm.
The trouble is with that Dominion, I've had a few people also comment that some of the footage was from that location because there's drone footage that shows outside of the farm and there's probably some stuff inside. But a few people have indicated that a lot of the footage looked like old footage from years ago, probably 30, 40 years ago, and it's probably done in countries like third world countries where the laws are different, and they've used that to paint the industry in a bad light.
Sure.
Like, I'm not denying that stuff goes on. We know it goes on. And even farmers and non-vegans, we don't want that stuff happening.
Correct.
And you know this, but I'm just sort of more sort of saying it for the audience, really. Yeah, we know it goes on. These places get shut down pretty quick once they're discovered. And yeah, even farmers don't want to treat animals like that. An animal that's been abused is not a productive animal, and especially dairy. An unhappy dairy cow does not produce milk.
Yeah, yeah.
So
it's like you say,
it's detrimental to do it.
I do think that a lot of a considerable amount of that footage is staged by the animal rights activists themselves. But I would not deny that there's some of that that's real. But as far as it being the status quo,
oh, definitely not.
Definitely not.
Definitely not. There was one. Sorry, I just read some vegans murder snails to eat lentils. There was one in the UK a while ago. It might have been last year, the year before, and the activists got in there. It was a pig farm, and they filmed, and they gave the footage over to the authorities. And when the authorities actually went there to see what's going on, it turned out that they were, I don't think they were setting stuff up, but they were filming stuff purposely in a way to make it look bad. And it turned out there was no abuse going on. It was just normal farming practices.
I think I remember that. Yeah.
Mm.
They were just
in the UK.
They were editing it to make it look like there was abuse going on.
Mm.
But it was just like, you know, make it look like some animals getting kicked or something when, you know, the guy just
was just pushing it along.
Yeah, just gently pushing
we do
it.
that when we herd our sheep up when it's shearing time. Sometimes a sheep will just doesn't want to move. You might put your foot under it. Come on, stand up.
Yeah.
I do it with my dog every bloody night because she's Maremma. She's quite a big dog. She sleeps at the foot of my chair. when it's bedtime, which is usually around 2 a.m. in the morning, she knows that when I turn the TV off and it makes like a boom boom noise, she knows, she wakes up and she looks at me, but she won't get up. But she knows what's about to happen. I'll put my foot in front of her back leg, under her stomach, and come on up. And she'll sit up, but she won't get up. And it's not being cruel to her. It's just, come on, it's bedtime. You've got to go out to your bed, and yeah.
Yeah, it's a gentle nudge.
But she's trying, to give her a nudge. But every night, she's, no, I'm not going to bed. Mate. I'm staying out here.
There
and
you
that's
are.
Probably, sorry?
I was just saying, there you are being the beast of burden again.
Yeah, that's it. Just farming us.
Serving.
But then that's probably the sort of thing that they're saying is cruel. There was another one on Twitter, posted pictures, and I don't know how it came up on my timeline, but of his cousin's farm, a dairy farm, and he was posted pictures of the cows being sheltered during winter time, which is a normal practice over there, saying how cruel it was. And yet heaps of people jumped on and said, mate, what are you doing? Like, this is normal practice. The cows don't look unhappy. They've still got freedom to move around. They've got plenty of space. What's your bloody problem? Oh, they need to be out on pasture. Well, there's reasons they don't put them out on pasture, and one of them is that they break up the ground because it's so wet. And then when it comes to summertime, there's no pasture for them to consume because it's been destroyed.
Yeah, they've been stomping on it.
Huh?
Yeah, you haven't allowed it to grow.
No, that's right. And that's a normal practice for UK farmers to do that. It's not cruel. It's actually, a lot of the times, the cows, when they let them out, don't want to leave the shelter, which was also pointed out to him. So I asked him, what's your cousin's name? Because I'm going to let him know that you've been posting this all over Twitter. He blocked me.
Of course.
Which is the usual thing.
Well, Dennis, I can hear my wife is stomping around. She's probably wanting me. I may be keeping her up.
It's bedtime.
Yeah.
Yes, I probably should jump off too. And yeah. But yeah, no, that was interesting. And it's good.
I'm so glad you came on with us.
Yeah, we'll have to do it again.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's follow up with that idea that you had as well. Let's branch off and do some.
There's plenty of farmers actually doing that. It would actually be good to get some of them on, like Stony Ridge Farmer. He's on YouTube. He often posts stuff. He's actually a pretty good guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he's got some interesting ideas.
All right.
No, it'd be worth doing, and it'd be a good way of trying to promote it. Yeah.
All right.
I think we need to do more promotion.
Well, email me if you have any ideas, or contact me however you want, and
I think I followed you on Twitter earlier.
Okay.
Not Twitter, sorry. Reddit.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, you did.
Go.
Yeah. You recognized me.
Yeah, it wasn't hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was funny. Shovel's a shovel when it's not a spade.
True, exactly.
She's been very quiet too.
Yeah, she's quieted down quite a bit.
Although there was a couple of comments when I went back through, because sometimes you don't get all the notifications on Twitter. When I've gone back through to check on something, she's commented on it, but I never got the notification that she commented. I just ignore her now. I haven't blocked or muted it because I just want to continue on seeing what she's going to say.
Yeah, it's a good keep our eye on her, because you never know what she's up to.
Yeah, she's another troublemaker. Plenty of them around. Yeah, I'm one of them.
Takes one to know one sometimes.
Yeah, well, that's it. Don't bullshit me. I'm the biggest bullshitter around. No, it's good to finally talk to you face to face. It's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. I had a lot of fun.
Yeah, we'll have to do it more often. Even maybe if we do something off of YouTube where we don't have an audience.
Yeah, exactly. We have some privacy around here.
No, it's good. It's good. Good.
All right, Dennis.
All right. I'll let
Have
you
a
go.
good evening.
You too, mate. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll talk to you again soon.
No worries. See ya.
All right. Bye-bye. All right, everyone. I hope you enjoyed it. Those still around, I sure appreciate it. I love you all. Appreciate your support. And we'll be talking to